Holy crap, we're gonna rant tonight, chat. We got a few things we gotta chit chat about here. I thunk, and therefore I think. Hey everybody, how's it going? Happy Wednesday. So Jason Schreier had something to say about the future of the physical format on PlayStation. Let's just get right into it. Apparently, according to Jason Schreier, Sony considers that its digital player base is already large enough to do without those who continue buying games in physical format. The company will not change its retail distribution model. Stores will continue to sell boxes, but they will only include a download code. Currently, when Sony sells a first-party physical game to a retailer, the latter, in this case, the retailer, will end up getting 30% of the total sale price. In this case, if it's $70, they get 30% of that. With the 100% digital format, Sony keeps all of those revenues, which means physical distributors don't get shit. So what's the point in having the boxes at retailers in the first place? As a result, the company expects to significantly increase its profit margin. Additional information from other reports also state that Sony would be convinced that over time, most players will end up accepting the transition to a 100% digital ecosystem. Companies believe that the users will continue to support PlayStation even without the option to buy physical games. And of course, additionally, they consider that it is not necessary to maintain direct communication with fans about this decision, as they trust enough in the strength of their brand and the loyalty of their community. So that's a key word in all of this. Community. A large majority of the community does not want this. And enough people will get pissed off enough about this post that a lot of people are going to go, I guess I'm done. We have to worry about one key factor when it comes to the realization of how games are played and on what games are played on. If your console no longer has the capability to support what it is that you used, people will gravitate away from that console. That's what happened to Dreamcast. That's what happened to Saturn. That's what happened when all of the other companies who made consoles moved away from those consoles to make new consoles and started changing the software. Consoles that have hardware, that have games that are in a format that people want, people will continue to support. But if you take away the thing that people used to get those things for support, they don't use them anymore. They become legacy media. And then people just kind of step away. If this is all to be believed, and this is what they believe, their best way to do it is a lot of people are going to really start trying to do what they can to focus on platforms that will support the media they want to support and will support how they want to play it. Apparently another analyst by the name of Serkan Toto told IGN that he sees it that it is very unlikely that Sony will change its stance. He explains PlayStation will simply wait for the controversy to blow over and proceed with its plans to phase out the physical format. Additionally, he also believes that initiatives like canceling PlayStation Plus are unlikely to have much impact with more than 50 million subscribers.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
That's Jason Bourne. Hey, Cal. They say that with more than 50 million subscribers, even if 1% canceled the service, it would be enough for Sony to it wouldn't be enough for Sony to reconsider its decision. Just build a new PC, bruh. Like that is what it is. I don't know. It's all very possible that Sony may have just signed their own death warrant. It's fine if that's what happens, but I think that enough people are smart enough to understand that there are still only going to be certain places that you're going to be able to play the games that you want to play. They're making it about the console. They're not making it about the games, which is what everyone has been trying to get people to do for generations. And overall, it just doesn't change the fact that Sony doesn't care anymore. Whoever's in charge doesn't give a shit. They just don't. So this is where it ended up. We all knew that this was where they were going to eventually take it anyway. When they started phasing out Blu-ray players, when they started phasing out physical media drives on PCs and on consoles, like this is where we knew this was where it was heading. And we don't, as much as a lot of us don't like it, this is a luxury item. And the people that can afford this luxury have the flexibility to get what they want, to do with it how they want. And removing the capability of those who are in that middle ground, who don't have that same flexibility. I'm looking at you, AI data centers. It becomes even more impossible to gain access to those bits of entertainment that people would like to be able to maintain in their life. So it really falls to the consumers to really speak with their wallets. If it means that people have to call for a full-blown actual boycott, and we show them beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's more than 1%, there's no way it's going to change. They don't care, unfortunately, like 90%. of the people buy digital now, so they think they can just get rid of physical. It's dumb. I'll be honest, I don't think 90% is the right number. I think that's a huge overestimation of the actual total amount of people that are playing digitally. I think that a lot of times people are buying digitally because it's cheaper to buy a physical console without a disc drive than it is with a disc drive. And I think they did that on purpose. But people that are buying physical discs, part of it is you could still go to Walmart. You can still go to GameStop. Those stores still exist. And you could buy used versions of the exact same things that you get at a far reduced cost. And that's the problem. They want to eliminate the secondhand market. That's what they're trying to do with this. That's what this change to digital-only media is. That and digital licensing rights and the ability to simply delete shit out of your I own it, no you rent it library. It's all anti-consumer. All of it is anti-consumer. It always has been, it always will be. If that's how they're going to play it, then it has to be, it absolutely has to be treated as such. It's just straight up 1000% anti-consumer. So it has to be treated as such. So I don't know. It kind of is what it is, but you know, whatever. I mean, Sony, you can expect dumb decisions from that company. Yeah, I mean, we live here now. No, and I get that. I think that there's some... I think some places are giving a gross overestimation, and I think some people are lowballing it. I think there is a pretty... I think the median number is fairly high. I want to say it's somewhere in the realm of 70 to maybe 80-ish%. But overall, it's a high number. But I don't think it's, like, that much higher than, like, where other consoles are. Like, Xbox, still a thing. Switch, still a thing. PC, still a thing. It's just a matter of people are trying to play the games on the consoles or on the systems that they have the most median regular access to. And with the increasing price of literally everything that goes into a system, be it a console or a PC, the price of entry, just base level, is so much higher now than it was even 3 years ago that it's insane to think about how this even comparatively affects it. I think the problem is that they're assuming that by 2028 everything is going to be kind of cheaper. Like, they're still saying, like, straight up PS6 when it exists will be $1,000 baseline, and I'm like, that's an entry level PC at this point, my guy. And you could do so much more with PCs than you can with just a straight up PS6 or whatever it's going to be, hands down. And that's always been the case. But it's becoming more and more of a prevalent understanding that people are starting to look at PC and being like, maybe it's not as out of sorts for me to put together a full-blown gaming PC rig, monitor, keyboard, mouse, controller, than just spending the exact same amount on a PS6 or whatever Project Helix is, or whatever. Steam Decks exist, and they're still pretty solid machines, so what are you gonna do there? Anyway, I don't know. I just bitching about it to bitch about it. I think it's just kind of the unfortunate, this is how it goes. But here we go. So yeah, I don't know. There is a level of yeah, I guess you could say that it's just like Some people just shouldn't be in charge, bro. But again, a lot of it is also just kind of based on this is where the money goes. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It bothers me. We need 6. I'm not reading that out loud. You can't make me. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, sorry. I don't know, man. There's yeah, I don't know. It's just it bothers me. There's a lot of unfortunate discussions and decisions that go into what it is that a lot of people do at that high enough level that you kind of look at it all and you're just kind of like, this is the time frame we live in. Yes, Sony is being dumb. There's not a lot we can do about it other than speak with your wallet. Literally the only thing you do. Just speak with your wallet. It's the best way to do it. So yeah. Also, like, the conceptualization of so many of the layoffs and the changes and the cancellations and the people that are talking about stuff just I hate it here. But you know, it is it is indelibly how it be in this day and age. Also, can I just say how much Robert Irwin is starting to look more and more like his dad every day? That's crazy. He really does just look like his dad. That's crazy. Wow. Wild. It's been that line. It's been that long. He's been gone that long. Craziness. I don't know. It's I feel like there's a lot of nonsense that we're currently having to deal with right now, just in technology in general. It has nothing to do. Hold on. I'll read that in a second. Before I lose my train of thought, we have to think about just sort of where things have progressed at this point, knowing full well that everything that's happening is purely a very high level decision making process, and that the entirety of tech as a whole is on fire. I would agree with that. Um, so like, there's definitely a ow. Ow, that was my jaw. Sorry. That is just how it goes. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. It's where we live at this point. Somebody posted something on Twitter that was basically like, Square Enix is the Taco Bell of game companies, and Final Fantasy XIV is its Baja Blast. And I'm just like, sure. And then somebody's like, okay, that set off my Taco Bell and Final Fantasy autism. And I'm like, I don't need it. I don't need it. I think it's funny. But then they're just like, they go through all of this stuff based on all of the differences between what's comprised of the main ingredients in Taco Bell versus what Final Fantasy as a brand being, you know, X and Y. And so they're like, so technically, if you go through all of these things and you think about it, Final Fantasy XIV is closer to the Cheesy Gordita Crunch and the Crunchwrap Supreme, mashing everything that's good about Taco Bell into one thing. Baja Blast at Taco Bell would be closer to Nier Automata. The original was good, but the new version is even better. And the new one, the new one is everywhere and better, just like Mountain Dew, regular Mountain Dew versus Baja Blast. I'm like, okay, I guess I understand, but also Taco Bell. Can I mention how disappointed I am at the fact that while the Enchilito is back, it's smaller and goopier and not nearly as tasty as the old OG. I'm so pissed. I love the Enchilito. I absolutely adore the Enchilito. It's ass now. It's so small. It's smaller than my hand. It's like baby tortilla. No, the bean count is almost nil. It's not even remotely close to a solid enchilada. If I want a real enchilada, I'll just order from the actual Mexican place that I normally order from, because their portion sizes are to die for. But yeah, anyway. Mom remembers it coming with olives, and I think she's right. Not a fan of olives personally, and it might have had onions. It always has had onions. It still has onions. Boy, did it have onions. So the Enchilito was traditionally a protein, onions, olives, beans, cheese, and then it was smothered in the red sauce. Then it was rolled, covered in cheese, melted, and then the sauce goes on top. That was the old traditional Enchilito. Now, you could do it with or without olives if you wanted to, but the original did have olives. They don't do olives as a baseline anymore. It is an option that can be added, but it is not part of the Enchilito anymore. Enchilito K 2026. Help! Oh. Yeah, true. But yes, that is the unfortunate problem. It is a quarter of its original size. It used to be a full-size burrito wrap. It is now a crunch wrap, so it is much smaller, much smaller. It is drowning in sauce, very little cheese, not enough beans. The protein was enough. Like, I got steak, but it was enough, I guess. It was okay. And just somebody decided to literally take an entire fist full of onions and just shove it into this tiny ass tortilla. It wasn't good. There was so many, like, the onions were so plentiful, it overflowed out of the burrito casing. Like, the bottom of the bowl that I got it in was like 10% onion chunks. There was so much onion in it. It was so out of whack, like, proportion wise, that I was just like, this is sad and unfortunate. If I wanted to spend $6.50 on an enchilada, I will just go buy a can of sauce, make my own, man. And then I can at least know that if I'm gonna make it, I'll have green sauce instead of their shitty subpar red sauce. Man, I get it. Enchilada sauce is supposed to be red, but I am a diehard green hatch chili girl. You can't change my mind. Love me my green chilies. Anyway, There's a horrifically brutal top 5 that consists of chili cheese burrito, enchilada, Mexican pizza, volcano taco, original green bean burrito. Delicious. The employee who made it probably just sucked at making it. I would probably agree with that. I think they just were either new or just didn't care. I think it's also because whenever you order after like 10 p.m., they don't give a fuck because they just assume that people that are ordering Taco Bell at that point in time in the evening are either college students who are just trying to snarf something down or drunk idiots, because technically we are also a college town, so that's a thing. You know, I just realized I think that's cracked. Is that a seam? No, it's an actual crack. It is a crack in the... Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't know that this is more than a year old. I'm gonna have to look up my my purchase history on this and see if I can't get a hold of the manufacturer, because the knob that is what keeps my microphone in place is starting to crack right down the center. And if it cracks all the way across, it's going to just break off. Luckily, I don't utilize it that much, so hopefully it's nothing major, but I think I may have absolutely broken it without realizing it. Anyway. And then I'm just going to slam into it with my boobs. I'm sure that's fine. You guys needed to hear that giant noise. The new Taco Bell closer to my place, which is what DoorDash defaults to, is awful compared to the old Reliable that's further away. Might have to duct tape it. I don't know that I necessarily need to do that, just because I'm pretty sure that it's okay. Like I don't use it. Stroke. I don't utilize it that much. I don't turn it all that much. So honestly, I'm sure it'll be okay as long as I just continue to just not use it a ton. It'll be fine. But yeah, you know, it'll be fine. Yeah. So I've been following this ridiculously cool indie game. If you've heard about it, it's called Dench Attack. It's like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater meets trains. The best way I can put it. They've added a whole bunch of different. They've added different. They added a whole bunch of different like content creators as like voiceovers for different variants, like different variant skins for the game, which I think is pretty cool. It got pushed back by a week. They're delaying it till the 15th to make sure that a lot of these stuff will actually work and things like that, which is nice. So we got about a week to go, but they announced a pretty sizable roster of new voiceovers for each of the trains. So they're adding Iron Mouse, Sea Dog, so Connor, Iris, Rin Penrose, Lime, some dude I've never heard of before, RT Game Crowd. I don't know who that is. I'm sure somebody will like tell me who that is, but I don't know who RT Game Crowd is. I've never, if I have heard of them, it's not a name that I'm familiar with, so I don't know. I feel like maybe I know who they are, but I can't remember. RT Game. Like Robert Tom Game. I don't know who it is. They look familiar, but I don't particularly know. Maybe I don't know who this is. Yeah, I have no idea who RT Game is. But they're really popular apparently, so cool. Oh, you're talking about the game. It's called Dench Attack. With 2 T's. Give me a second, I'll link it. They also added Eye Patch Wolf, another person I don't know. Rangu Gamer, Karma Doc, Enoch, Pazos, Eric Rod, and Shiori Novella. So Shiori, Iris, I know like a good chunk of these people. So like Iron Mouse, Connor, Iris, Hololive's Iris, Rin Penrose, another VTuber, Lime, another VTuber, Giga, another VTuber, and then Shiori from Hololive. They're all guest voices in the game, and I'm just like, that's crazy. I was not expecting that. Like I said, there's a few others that I can honestly say I've never heard of who those people are. Let me just pull it up on the Steam. Oh, good lord, why is that even playing sound? Dench attack. Pause. Right click. Copy. Go to the Discord. Go to the and goes bippity beep beep. There you go. All right, I sent it to you, George. Anyway, I just think it's neat. I think it's neat. I just think it's neat. It's like a mix of OG Tony Hawk and trains. Hence Densha. There's like tunnel grinding and riding and rail grinding and crazy nonsense levels that look like you're in the middle of an amusement park and stuff. It's crazy looking. It's very fun. I do enjoy it a lot. I'm looking right now. They had a demo up for a while there, but it looks like they took it down in anticipation of the actual launch. But obviously it was supposed to come out. I think it was actually supposed to come out today, and I think they pushed it back an additional week so that they could finalize some of the stuff with the new voice cast and the creator exclusive skins and stuff. They're also apparently the creator exclusive train skins and stuff also have unique songs for them, which is kind of cool. So that's dope. I think that's dope. I like that they're collabing like that. It's always funny to me where everyone's all like, oh, you know, like if you're trying to be a content creator, what's like your big dream? What's the one thing you think that once it happens, you've made it? And like all of these people are like, oh, my songs are played on this, or I get to go to this convention. And like my whole thing was I just want to get invited to a Sage-Am Slam. I just want to be able to get invited to one single Sage-Am Slam just because I think that would be fun. But that's also just because I like fighting games. I have my goals, while lofty, are not as grandiose as so many others before me. That's how that works. All right, give me a second here. I need to fix something because I didn't earlier, and if I don't fix it now, it's not going to get fixed until much later. And I would really rather not deal with that, so bear with me just a brief second. I might wiggle a bit, sorry. I'm moving some stuff on my desk, so I apologize. You may hear some thunking noises. Don't mind them. All right. That's so much better. Oh, God. Oh. Sorry. have been dealing with the fact that I was expecting something and the thing didn't happen, and then I forgot to do the thing after that, which typically involves not dealing with bras. So, you know, I'm like, I should just deal with that right now. Don't want to deal with the bra anymore. It's gone. It's off. It's gone. I don't have to think about it anymore. Anyway, waifus. We should go. Actually, what I should do, give me a second here. Let me pull up the website first. Then we can move on to the good shit. News. Boopity beep bop. All right. Faye is coming. Well, I should say coming. She is. Faye is out. New agent, new partner. Where are the patch notes? Help? Why is it always so possible? It's so possible. So we're going to talk about me not being able to say anything today. It's going to be phenomenal. I love it. I am so excited for it. Being able to not speak today. Let's fucking go. Oh my gosh. Update. Notice, update. None of that's what I want, though. I want... Why are patch notes always so impossible to find on this website? I do not understand. Hey, where... Hold on. English is hard, okay? All right. Faye and Ruzhang are now available. Faye is our newest combatant. She is pretty sure she is Void Ranger, not Passion Ranger. Where are these people getting this shit from? Hold on. Sometimes you go to a website that you think you trust and they're just not smart. There we go. This is what we're looking for. All right, here we go. So, wows. Anyway, all right. So, let us take a quick peek at what is going on with today's patch. I will start off with, so Faye and Ruzhang are now available. The season 3, the Galactic season 3, A Song Rippling Through Stars, is over. The act is currently now marked as Act 4, which is totally normal. That's how they do it every time. So it's been moved from the special area with special shop back to the main story area. So if you haven't completed it, or if you need to complete it, or if you're just getting to it, that's where you'll find it now. Normal, everything is fine. Things such as leftover seasonal currency like Flawless Melody and environment variable currency, including Memories of Light, will be removed. If you didn't spend them, they're gone. There's nothing to spend them on anyway. The galactic medals obtained from it will also be moved to your display case on your account profile. Clearing any sort of zero system codex with a song rippling through the stars will allow you to obtain a song rippling through the stars season save data. The other thing that they also noted is that, and I'm sure we'll get to that as we get towards the bottom here, but they did also activate the preview for season 4 on Zero System as well. So if you're interested in checking out what the preview has to offer, now is a really good chance to get in, because it's going to give you a chance to kind of see what the new mechanics are going to be about. New cards, new mechanics, all that stuff. Faye, brand new Void Ranger. She has a fairly interesting set of mechanics, so we will go over those here in just a moment. Obviously, she starts with 2 damage and 1 shield card, as well as the Exorcist formation that says when drawing through an either initiation or a unique ability, you create 1 copy or 1 stack of Descent and create 8 copies of Inferno Rhapsody in your draw pile. Inferno Rhapsody is a damage card that does 70% damage, stacks 1 Flame Arts, and then whenever a Flame Art is activated on the card, you draw an additional card. There's also the Infernal Rhapsody Heaven, which does 110% damage, one stack of Flame Arts, and then when Flame Arts is activated on this card, you gain 3 stacks of Descent. Her 4 Epiphanied cards are Soliloquy, draw 2 of those drawn cards, discard all 1 cost or higher cards. Night Rain, stack 1 stack of Flame Art. If Streak, you draw an Infernal Rhapsody. Soulfire Dance, 100% damage. 100% damage. X plus 1, draw X. So whatever you times X plus 1, draw X. Okay, I understand how that reads now. 100% damage times X plus 1, draw X. So it is an X cost card that will give you the ability to simply pay your AP based on how much you want to actually use to cast it. You will do 100% damage times your total X plus 1. So if I use 3 AP, it's actually 4, and then I will draw 3 cards. And the last is Blazing War Dance. It is an exhaust and unique card that allows you to move Infernal Rhapsody cards to hand for each amount of Descent you have gained this turn. She also has a 3rd card that can be generated called Heaven's Fall, which is an ephemeral and exhaust card that is 100% damage times 3. Her exclusive effects are her Flame Arts. So whenever Flame Arts stack to 3, she does 120% extra attack to the enemy that was attacked last, and when it is activated, it decreases your stack of Flame Arts by 3. Descent says that whenever you stack Descent to 8 or more, you will create 1 copy of Heaven's Fall in hand, and then when Heaven's Fall is created, you decrease your Descent stacks by 8, and you can have a maximum of 10 of those cards generated per turn. Her ego skill is Heaven's Cleaver. She will generate 8 stacks of Descent at the start of each turn for 2 turns. She will continue to descend 8, and then the next Heaven's Fall card used will have its damage amount increased by 100%. I will take a moment to go over these when we actually get into the full build as far as like what she has to offer once we're actually in game. We're just kind of doing a quick overview of stuff, and then we'll get a little bit more in depth once we're actually in game. This is Rujong. She is the ranger partner for Faye. She's adorable. She's also an android, and it's really cute, and I'm kind of digging her design. She reminds me a lot of Chingy from ZZZ. That's what she reminds me of. She's got that vibe. So yeah, that's kind of cool. She's got the standard passive combat attack boost, 60 to 24%. Every time you create a void attribute attack card in the draw pile, you gain a stack of Gentle Aroma. When Gentle Aroma stacks to 5, it gains plus 20 to plus 40% critical damage to your assigned combatant. Gentle Aroma says you gain a 5 to 10% damage amount increase to the assigned combatant that stacks 5 times. And her ego skill is allows you to draw 1 attack card of the assigned combatant. If the cost of that card is either 0 or X, you draw 2, and that costs 3 ego points. So that seems super compatible with that. I think that seems good. We've also shown that the rerun banner will be for Yuki and Westmacott. This, however, is interesting. So since we are in a preseason, phase preseason, which means she is only going to be available for the preseason, and then will be added to the regular banner rotation. However, we are not going to utilize the rerun banner until right before season 4 starts. In fact, this is something that a lot of people are questioning. Yuki is not currently available and will not be available on her rerun banner until the 21st. However, season 4 doesn't actually start until the 28th. So we're getting her rerun banner a week before the actual new season starts. So it's a very interesting decision they made to change how that functions. But by then, Faye will be close to the end of her banner, which will give us a whole week to just save and attempt to re-roll for Yuki and Westmacott. Oddly enough, I never actually got Westmacott because up until, I want to say probably just a couple of months ago, Westmacott was not actually Yuki's best in slot partner. She has since been buffed and updated and is. So I'm very happy that once she's actually available, I'll be able to finally get her for my Yuki. Full Scale Offensive has been updated starting today until the 19th, right before maintenance. Anybody level 40 or above can access it. It's just basically what we've already been doing. It's just the original 3 bosses. Form teams of 3, 1 for each boss. Kill the boss. You have 10 turns. Whatever your score is, based on your damage and bonus to get additional mechanic objectives, finish a level 10 to gain a bunch of items like currency, items, things like that. So, Full Scale Offensive is back, as it's no longer sort of part of the season event. It's just now a standalone again with the new bosses. They have updated a new system called Backup Protocol. This is something that is associated with Zero System. At the main screen, you go to the Backup Protocol section, which allows you to update your core nodes and then unlock any of the additional spokes at the end of the core. And this is based on, as you can see here in this shot, you've got Season 2 and Season 3 content. And you will be using Chaos Orbs to unlock each of the nodes. So the baseline is there is Seed of Karmic Flame node effects and Song Rippling Through the Stars node effects. Each 2 will give you boosts to Seed of Karmic Fire equipment, Burning Life, Chaos, and then obviously Persona Cravings, Theater of Illusions, Battle Arenas, and Rippling Through the Stars engraving effects. So depending on which of the seasonal save data you're going for, you can gain additional boosts to those by adding additional Chaos Orbs to each of those sets of spokes. Sortie is finally getting hardcore mode. So we basically got the introduction to Sortie at the beginning of Season 3. Now we have the full version of Sortie, which also includes hardcore mode. The main difference between normal and hardcore is with normal, you will always get 1 additional amount of damage out at the end of your run prior to finally having a link break. And you can actually have your link break healed if you're able to make it to a rest area prior to actually dying. However, in hardcore mode, 1 life is all you get. If you make it to a point where you link break, that's it. Run over. Start over from scratch. So there's less of a safety net on hardcore, obviously, but that is the main basis, is going through. The other piece, of course, is that there's also an exclusive mission called Engagement Data that's added. This gives us additional information on the sortie and combatants that are there. But the way it also works is that with hardcore, you have the ability to either do normal hardcore or like hardcore with like additional modifiers and stuff like that. So that's also a thing. There are additional titles that you can earn through the engagement data by doing sortie. So more sortie means more stuff for you. There's also a sortie archive that will allow you to sort of see the different fates, cards, equipments, monsters, and bosses that you have countered or completed in sortie content, which is super cool. There is also now a final boss called the Decisive Battle Chaos Core, where you will be able to actually go through after clearing the sortie depths to fight the Chaos Core. Unfortunately, however, Chaos Cores are only available to combat in hardcore mode. So if you want to be able to actually kill a Chaos Core instead of just having the SS Nightmare do it for you, hardcore is going to be the way to go. Once you've completed the final boss and you've destroyed 3 or more Chaos Anchors, you will enter the Decisive Battle Chaos Core upon clearing the depths. And of course, if the conditions for getting it to actually occur, sortie ends before you can fight it. So you actually have to fight elite rare species during sortie. Chaos Anchor count goes up. After you destroy 3 or more Chaos Anchors, you access the Chaos Core, fight the core, gain additional score. You also gain an additional opportunity to tally reason exchange loot, which means you get more stuff after doing it. So it's just more, it's more currency. You do it, more currency. It's also kind of a badge of honor because I don't know a ton of people that are going to be able to make it there consistently. Sortie will also have adjustments updated to obtain 5 new fates: Deadly Intuition, Steadfast Protection, Unexpected Vigor, Overflowing Insight, and Steadfast Will. The effects of 5 risk modifiers have also been changed. Originally, each turn when 4 cards are used, 2 Fortitude to all enemies for a turn will simply become, each time a card is discarded, 1 stack of Weaken. During battle, increase the stress received by combatants by 20% will be changed to during battle, increase stress received by combatants by 20%. Unable to recover stress through heals. Increasing tenacity of all monsters by 1 block. On Ravage, you are unable to gain AP. Changes to increase tenacity of all monsters by 3 blocks on Ravage, unable to gain AP. Number 4 is increased price on all displayed items in the Delang shop at safe zones by 30% and decreases the rest recovery amount by 50%. Will be changed to increasing the price of all displayed items by 30% and increase the price of flash by 100%. So instead of getting a normal 80, it'll be 160 to get your first flash in the safe zones, and then just increases from there. And of course, the last is decrease your equipment stats by 50% will be changed to decrease the equipment stats by 80%, which is, whew, that one's rough. That one is going to be run killer for sure if you aren't safe. Tactical optimization, skill reset, and fluid tactics overhaul. Tactical optimization skills will be reset. Tactical authority, acquired skill levels will be reset, and spent currency will be refunded. Each skill level will be reset, and the unlocked status of the skills will remain as is. Fluid tactics, all skill levels and spent currency will be reset without any refund, and the skill list will be replaced with a new version. As a result, tactical data must be reacquired in order to learn fluid tactics skills once more. This is basically what we expected it to be. It's very seasonal in nature. Everything's going to reset. I expected that to be a thing. They even said that the fluid stuff was going to only be associated with each new season and not something that was permanent, whereas the normal tactical optimization was the stuff that was going to stay permanent, which is why the tactical authority stuff is getting refunded and the fluid tactics are not. There is a overall change on the fluid tactics to change with what is actually changing, obviously. Words are hard. The reserves maintenance doctrine, when resting in safe zones, increase the health and stress recovery amount. Vital weakness, increase the damage amount for each harmful effect on the enemy. Power assessment, at the start of battle, draw for each enemy max 3. Future value investment, low chance for the additional choice. Barter for info about the future to appear in the gray market. Encirclement and annihilation, you increase the damage for each enemy. Rapid suppression, when an invasion monster is defeated, you decrease the stress. Unauthorized relief pact, low chance for the additional choice. Receive the unauthorized med supplies to appear in the gray market. In-depth tactical review, decrease the credits required for flash in safe zones. And the final one is secret code transfer. It is a low chance for the additional choice of present the secret identification code to appear in the gray market. The effect description text will be changed, but the functionality will remain unchanged. Cool. I'm okay with that. We've added 2 new cores. We have the core of mutation and the core of resonance. Core of mutation applies a mutation effect to your save data. Requires 4,000 black max and can be purchased up to 30 times. And of course, there's the new core of resonance, which allows you to select 1 common card that can then be added to your save data for 4,000 black mass. Purchase limit 4. Mutation feature will be added that allows you to apply special effects to save data. You can also apply a mutation effect to save data by pressing the mutate button on the save data edit screen. 1 effect out of a total of 103 effects will be randomly applied based on probability. Now, I don't know if they have a list for that probability, but we'll have to take a look to see what that's all about at some point. I'm sure that'll be interesting. Excuse me, I sneezed. One of the big things that we have been waiting for a while now is the main story Act 1 overhaul. Following the main story Act 1 overhaul, some of the sub-stories in Act 1 will be changed. Following the main story Act 1 overhaul, some of the existing Act 2 to 4 story contents will also be changed. Existing story progress will be adjusted to align with the updated story progress. To celebrate the story overhaul, a quote-unquote story rewritten event page will open, where you can view a summary of each story. Following the main story overhaul, Renoa's Arc City excursion story will also be updated. The requirements for rookie captain missions have been updated to align with the revamped main story. Previously completed missions will remain completed, and the requirements for growth guide missions have also been updated to align with the revamped main story. If you've already cleared the story, you will not be able to retain rewards even if you clear it again. Recalculated story clear rewards will already be sent via the mail. As a compensation for this, as an upgrade with today's update, the difference in certain adjusted rewards, such as challenge currency and experience, will be sent to your in-game mailbox. Anytime after today, after the maintenance, which is already complete, you will be able to obtain it in your mailbox. Hey, Okami! We will also be receiving additional cores of mutation as a reward after today's maintenance. These have already been kind of updated and in your box and stuff. Okay, back to work. Bye. Faye also has a trauma code. It's the first new trauma code we've had in a while, so it's really cool to see that she's getting one. So obviously, the cool thing is, because it is a limited time trauma code event, you do not need to spend special security codes. Why do we even have them? And of course, if you complete it, you can obtain limited time rewards by participating in event battles. There is also the Monsters Arena. Monsters Arena event will be held where you can obtain and utilize monster cards to win challenging battles. Once you hit level 30, starting from today until the 29th, you can do a training, a strategy. Basically, it gives you the ability to, by combining 6 monster cards, you can activate strategies needed to clear the arena. Strategies can be activated more than once depending on the formation. There's different strategy types, including Fatal Strike, Giant's Tyranny, Tempest of Strikes, Slaughter of the Battlefield, Shield of Immortality, and Cycle of Life. Each arena has different rules, which are penalties, requiring strategic formation to counteract them. Upon entering the arena, up to 2 monster cards can be equipped per combatant for a maximum of 6, consisting of 7 stages divided into preliminary, main tournament, and championship match. Three preliminaries, 3 main tournament, and 1 championship match are available. There's also the Proof of the Arena, where you can obtain the Fighter's Medal. As you collect more Fighter Medals, your Proof of the Arena grade will increase, allowing you to obtain arena-exclusive titles and rewards, which include crystals, tax certs, potential discs, units, support certs, and prism lenses. And of course, the final reward for completing all 13 achievements is 3 additional cores of mutation. Also, don't forget to do your tactical simulations for Faye, Beryl, and Cassius to obtain additional battle memories, units, and of course, crystals for doing Faye. The crystal boost is back for 7 days, 50 crystals per day per login. So log in every day for the next 7 to gain more currency. There's also an additional new GNN to lead in for the Season 4 storyline. This will also run for 14 days. So you're looking at 50 crystals each for GNN. And of course, 60 up to 120 on the final day for the days carrying the successor will, which again is just your standard stamp login rewards. Sweet rewards after missions in progress. You can earn based on cumulative Aether consumption. Spend more, get more. Overdrive simulation is currently available for growth currency. And of course, as we were talking about earlier, the Shattered Light and Claw preview is currently in progress, so we can actually check to see new information about the new season. Updates to the Basin of Hyperspace. So if you've had your chance to actually go through this on a regular basis every month or so, maybe every 24, 25 days, they reset the Basin of Hyperspace. So obviously, Hyperspace has 2 different sections. There's the permanent ones, and then there's the resettable ones. The resettable ones has had some updates to its system. They've added a new system called the Dimensional Synchronization System after each season reset. Achievement progress will be synchronized up to 3 basins below the highest basin in which 3 stars were achieved in the previous season, and those basins will remain cleared. Dimensional synchronization applies up to a maximum of 5 of the 10 basins. There are now new support effects that can be added as permanent effects and additional effects that are categorized for use while you are in hyperspace. Each of those things will allow it to apply at either all times or after meeting specific conditions. They will be removing Basin 9 and 10 and revamping it so that Basin 8 is now the maximum. So instead of doing 10 basins, we only need to do 8, which is nice. And of course, the 8th will increase from 3 stars to 5 stars. Completing all of your Basin of Hyperspace up to a maximum of 26 will gain crystals, prism lenses, zeronium, taxerts, discs, traces of memory, and units. Your standard support effects are card draw, which gives plus 30% void damage, and when 3 cards are drawn, you gain an additional 50% damage to all 0-cost cards for 2 turns. There's basic card usage, which gains plus 30% passion damage, and when 3 basic cards are used, you gain plus 50% damage to all basic attack cards for 2 turns, and card discard, that gives 15% attack card damage, and after 4 cards are discarded, you will gain 35% attack card damage for 2 turns. You can only have, as you can see here, 1 of these 3 active for each of your 2 parties at any given time for each basin. So choose wisely. New purchasable items, including the new Legacy of Will Starshine packages, amplification anchors, and additional crystals out of $14.99, $49.99, and $99.99 price tag. Our standard battle pass has been reset once again, so if you haven't gotten a chance to get one previously, now might be a good time to work towards getting 1 or 2. Other additional QOL and content things are actually kind of nice. One of the big things was every time people were skipping, they were skipping and not getting any of the story. They've added a summary of the relevant story for each section as you go to skip it, so that you at least have an idea of what the heck is going on going into the next chapter. One of the other things that is actually a nice quality of life improvement is they did actually have a lot of people asking about unlock conditions and such for main story chapters, as well as unlocking expert captain. The unlock conditions for chapter 5 will be relaxed as they are removing expert captain, and the unlock conditions for story chapter 5 episode 6, which is kind of nice. Less grinding. I think a lot of it was getting to 50 is kind of a pain, but once you hit 50, the experience you gain is so tediously slow that they kind of were just like, okay. We hear you. We understand. We'll fix it. So that's good. They've added 4 new jukebox tracks, Spiral of Time, Exciting Afternoon album, and then 3 tracks from A Song Rippling Through the Stars, Streets of Nightmare, Nightmare, and Stella Stage. They have also changed the names of specific abilities. Before, the item was called Hourglass. It is now called a Pocket Watch. This is to fall in line with the fact that the Protoss, you as a Protoss and Captain, no longer use hourglasses, but use a pocket watch to rewind time. A Protoss skill has now been renamed Prayer, and the Sands of Time are now reworked to become the Clockwork of Time. This is all, again, to fall in line with the changes to the main story changes. So, that's cool. That's cool. I like it. The descriptions for conditional card effects will be improved, including Inspiration, Incinerate, Defeat, Ravage, Streak, Attunement, Destroy, Dark Mist Stance. That seemed pretty consistent, but sure. Curse Shackles, Harmonization, Lux Engraving, and Umbra Engraving. Cool. All right. Seems good. I don't think we have any sort of major buffs or changes to any characters, so it looks like it's just a bunch of bug fixes and things like that. An issue with Narja where the zoomed in effect was incorrectly applied under certain conditions in the trauma code dominant gene. Okay, that doesn't... Blah, 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 blah. I don't see anything here. An issue where Peregrine speech bubble was displayed abnormally in the first unidentified area sortie will be fixed. Alright, I didn't realize that was a problem, but good to know. Sure. All right. So a lot of bug fixes, things that are related to combat and things that are related to other issues as far as like animations and stuff like that. So that seems good. I don't know that I actually ran into any of these, but if you want to check them out, make sure you go to onstove.com/chaos0nightmare to check it out. Beyond that, I don't think there was any sort of additional patch notes that we really needed to go over. So yeah, I think that's pretty much the new patch for the preseason. Let's get in and let's check it out. Let's go look at Faye. Let's go look at our partner and let's see if we can't bring him home. I'm excited. I'm glad to see new stuff. I'm glad that they turned down the volume on that. Holy shit. Also, they changed the main title screen back to the original instead of the Tenebria one. Don't forget to tuck in your daughter. All right, let's take a little bit more of a deep dive on Faye and Rujang. How do I pronounce this? It's Rui Chong. Rui Chong. Rui Chong. I am very inefficient in speaking in Chinese, so trust me when I say that I will murder her name all the time. Oh, right, I got an Oni Slayer that needs to be fed gratuitous amounts of cake. True. I need to obtain gratuitous amounts of cake that I might be able to do that as well once I actually get her to come home. So, Faye. So we're looking at her. She is a Void Ranger. We already kind of took a little bit of a look at her cards. I really like the art on her cards. Holy crap, they're gorgeous. Very, very pretty art. There are plenty of other people who are going to have much more in-depth guides as far as the epiphanies, the builds, the ways to kind of put forward what you want to do. What I'm going to look at, however, is specifically going to be Exorcist Formation. So Exorcist Formation has two specifically crafted cards, Infernal Rhapsody and Heaven's Fall. And the idea that I understand here is that when you look at the different epiphanies for this card, it generates different amounts of both Infernal Rhapsody and or the amount of Heaven's Fall that can occur because of that. It's true. I've abandoned Time Kitter and I'm trying to get the moving pigs for Faye. Oh no, Time Kitter. Unfortunate. Though I don't... She doesn't have as many cards that are her, per se. Epiphany 1, Initiation Unique. On draw through an ability, 1 Descent, create 8 Infernal Rhapsody in your draw pile. And then you gain 50% damage to all of the Infernal Rhapsody cards. It might be a short switch. Valid. I've got like almost 50 prism lenses right now, so we'll see how that goes. Card 2 is the same, and then at the start of the draw, at the start of the turn, draw 1 Infernal Rhapsody. The third is a 0 cost initiation upgrade. On draw through ability, 1 Descent, 8 Infernal Rhapsody, draw 2. That seems good. Number 4 is Initiation Unique. On draw, 1 Descent, 7 Infernal Rhapsody. When Flame Arts is activated, 100% extra attack on the target. And the final is Initiation Unique. On draw through an ability, 1 Descent. Create 6 Infernal Rhapsody Heaven in draw pile. So, what's the difference? It's 6 instead of 8? What's... Hold on. Explain this one to me. Why is this... This is just a straight up nerfed version of the primary. What am I missing on this? On draw through an ability, 1 stack of Descent, and then create 6 copies of Infernal Rhapsody Heaven in the draw pile. Oh, I'm blind. Okay, I understand now. So normally when you create an Infernal Rhapsody, you are simply just creating Infernal Rhapsody, which is 70% damage, 1 Flame Art. When Flame Art is activated through this card, draw 1. Infernal Rhapsody Heaven is 110% damage, 1 Flame Art. When Flame Arts is activated through this card, 3 Descent. Okay, that's the difference. So it's basically a buffed version of Infernal Rhapsody, but you get 2 less of them. I understand. I haven't even begun to understand her mechanics. I was going to watch a WGU video about it later. Cosmic was kind of bitching about it too, because he's just like, so we're not entirely sure specifically if it is a bug or if it was intended, but apparently there's a problem with give me a second. Maybe I'm looking at something else. Maybe I was thinking of something else. Okay, no, it has nothing to do with... Okay, never mind. Never mind, I was reading something wrong. Got it. Okay, it had to do with full scale offensive. Never mind, it has nothing to do with their cards. Okay, so baseline is... The idea is that there's a slight difference between normal Infernal Rhapsody and Infernal Rhapsody Heaven. They both generate 1 stack of Heaven's Fall every time. You get to 8, you get 1 Heaven's Fall card. This is going to get you there faster because it creates 3 whenever a Flame Art is activated. So every other use... Give me a second. I want to see Flame Arts. When Flame Arts reaches 3 stacks, it does extra damage. On activation, you decrease. So it creates... When Flame Arts reaches 3 stacks, you do 120% extra damage to whoever was attacked last, and then it decreases your Flame Arts back down to 0. So the idea is every time you generate, or every time you use a Rhapsody or a Rhapsody Heaven, it adds either 1 or 3 stacks of Descent. Every time Descent hits 3 stacks, it does damage. And then every time you use one of the Inferno Rhapsodies, it adds a stack of Flame Arts. Once you have 3 stacks of Flame Arts... Hold on. Am I reading this right? Descent is what creates Heaven's Fall. At 8 stacks, you generate it Heaven's Fall, which is 100% damage times 3. Oh, my... Hello? My phone tweaked out. Sorry about that. I don't know what that was all about. Cool. Anyway. Yeah, for me, it helped to do the demo before trying to parse the epiphanies. Yeah, no, for sure. So the idea is that everything needs to kind of... You're basically cycling between activating stacks of Flame Arts and then generating Heaven's Fall to just do additional damage. And we'll get to her demo here shortly, because I do want to do it before I get too deep into this. But it looks like there's a couple of different options as far as how Exorcist Formation is actually going to work, purely based on how you're actually going to be playing it, because she wants to do extra damage. She's a ranger. All rangers want to do some variant of amount of extra damage, right? Like, that's their whole shtick. So being able to pop Flame Arts quickly, since we need 3 stacks to do the extra damage, being able to have multiple stacks of Flame Arts get generated quickly is probably a good idea. That being said, Infernal Rhapsody and so Rhapsody and Rhapsody Heaven are both 0-cost cards. All of them cost 1, but this one generates Infernal Rhapsodies for free. This is a 0-cost version of the Epiphany, and it just draws 2 cards in general. So I guess it depends on, like, how Veronica-esque is her kit going to be if we're building into the free Exorcist Formation versus building into Rhapsody Heaven. I think that's the general question. We'll take a look at her demo here shortly. But I think that's the big question we have to ask here. Is the free Exorcist Formation with the draw 2 going to be a viable option? Or are we going to want to go as hard in the paint with Rhapsody Heaven as we can? This is a copyable card. No, I'm sorry, I lied. It's not a copyable card. So since it's not a copyable card, I should make sure I read. Reading the card explains the card, chat. I don't know what you're talking about. It's a one-of-a-kind card. Having the ability to do it is good, but you're not going to be able to copy this, so utilizing it as if you were trying to play her like Veronica is not going to be feasible, because it's unique. So why would you try? But that still being said, do we go for 8 free Infernal Rhapsodies and 2 cards, or do we want to try to build into Rhapsody Heaven? Would we want to do additional extra damage by only creating 7 Infernal Rhapsodies, and then every single time we get a stack of Flame Arts activation, we gain an additional 100% attack on the target? So each stack is going to get used. You're going to burn and you do 100. And then after you hit 3, you'll gain 3 and then it burns and you do an additional 150. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of extra damage that can be done here. And I'm very interested in seeing the synergy that Exorcist Formation has to offer. I feel like this is going to be one of her big key cards in her whole kit that I think is going to be heavily contested for a little while until people kind of figure out her kit. Soliloquy allows you to draw cards and then discard other cards. Night Rain generates stacks of flame arts. Streak, if the last card used was of the same attribute, you enable the effect. So if I used a void and then use another void, it activates the streak. So Night Rain is free regardless of what happens. However, the main difference here is that by using the card manually, I gain 1 stack of flame arts, but not the streak. If I don't use this card and use another void card and this will activate streak, I will only gain the draw 1 Infernal Rhapsody. If I do not have any current Infernal Rhapsody to draw, it's a dead card. Soulfire Dance is our X card that allows us to draw X and do damage based on the amount of X used +1. And then, of course, Blazing War Dance allows us to move Infernal Rhapsodies to the hand for each stack of Descent that was gained this turn. She is very in love with zero-cost cards. So it'll be interesting to see the other Epiphanies, which, again, we'll get to that in a moment. Her Ego skill allows her to create... you just instantly get 8 stacks of Descent, which means a guaranteed free Heaven's Fall card. And then for the next 2 turns, at the start of the turn, you will get 1 more copy of Heaven's Fall. So you get a total of 3 Heaven's Fall per for the next 3 turns. You get the 1 on the turn activation, and then turn 2, turn 3, you'll have 2 more copies of Heaven's Fall to use. And then, of course, it also increases the base amount of the next Heaven's Fall used by 100%. I'm going to assume that that goes up based on Ego Manifestations, which we will get to in just a moment. Her potentials, we have obviously our standard basic, common, and signature upgrades. Her basic card proficiency adds the following effect: Azure Flame to her Flame Arts card, which of course, adds the following effect to Azure Flame, which is her basic attack, add 1 stack of Flame Arts. It's a basic attack. Unsure if being able to generate that is useful. Again, early, we'll have to take a look at her kit to see if keeping her basics are actually worthwhile, but we'll see. Enjoy your dinner. Her 2 stat boosts are critical damage and critical chance, so obviously she's going to be an attack crit monster, as most all rangers are. Her basic card proficiency is an additional 5% damage to all of her Azure Flame, and if her attack is 500 or higher, it adds an additional 5%, so she gains the 10% increase to damage for all of her basic attacks. If over 500 damage, or sorry, 500 attack, and then her unique is if her attack is at 600 or higher, she gains 5% additional void attribute damage. And then for every 20 attack exceeding 600, she will gain an additional 2%, stacking a maximum of 10%, for a total of 15% at 800 attack. And last but not least, let's go over her Ego Manifestations. E1 is, it adds the following effect to the Blazing War Dance card, which is, of course, her unique epic card. Increase the damage of Infernal Rhapsody moved to hand by 100% until used. So that seems really good. E2 is at the start of the battle, you will gain 6 stacks of Descent, and for each turn, when the first Heaven's Fall is created, you gain 2 stacks of Descent. Whenever the Infernal Rhapsody card is activated, you inflict 30% of the damage inflicted as fixed damage. That seems not terrible. E3 increases Heaven's Cleaver's Descent amount by 2 and adds the following effect: adds 2 hits to the next Heaven Fall, so instead of ×3, it's ×5. E4 is Inner Memory. At the start of battle, you gain 80% damage amount to Heaven's Fall. E5 is our stat upgrade, and E6 is at the start of battle, 120% damage to Flame Arts. And at the start of battle, for each time a total of 3 Heaven's Fall cards are used, you gain a stack of Judgment Upon the Wicked. Judgment Upon the Wicked says you add 3 hits to Heaven Fall, and when the effect is activated, you remove your stack of Judgment Upon the Wicked. So it changes it so that Heaven's Fall is times 6. The only other thing I am currently aware of is a lot of people are saying to go 4-2 on memory fragments for her. We'll get into that when she's actually available. And then, of course, we've already kind of taken a quick peek at Ruiqiang, sorry. Ruiqiang, each time the assigned combatant creates a void attribute attack card in the draw pile, you gain a stack of Gentle Aroma. Once it reaches 5 stacks, it gives a 20% critical damage boost to the assigned combatant. And then, of course, for each stack, you also gain an additional 5% damage amount to that specific combatant. Her normal skill is a 3-cost, draw 1 of the assigned combatant's attack card. And if it is either a 0 or an X, you draw 2 more. Now, of course, as far as partners are concerned, Ruiqiang is definitely going to be phase number 1. However, if you do not have the ability to get her, Rosaria is your 4-star of choice. As a baseline, she does extra attack damage boosting. She also gives the ability for your assigned combatant to use an upgrade or skill card, and it has a 25% chance to gain a stack of morale for 1 turn. And of course, her skill is allowing you to draw an upgrade card, and if there are no upgrade cards, to just draw 1. She is just generally very useful when it comes to ranger support. She will always be one of our best 4-star cards to use. That being said, there is also, if you have obtained her through previous use of, that is the wrong button, previous use of the Arcanian supply, and you have obtained a copy of Solia. Solia is also a ranger partner that can do quite well in that 5-star slot if you haven't gotten a chance to actually pick up Ruiqiang. She increases the assigned combatant's attack percentage. She does a plus 20% damage amount to extra attacks dealt by the assigned combatant, and when the assigned combatant draws for the first time each turn through an ability, they also gain an additional plus 10% damage amount to attack cards for a turn. Her active ability, which is kind of meh, is just damage and adds a stack of mark to the target. Generally, you're never going to use her active. You're just either going to recycle the ego cards to pick up one of the other ones, or you just are never going to use it. Her passive is still very, very good, though. She is a huge stat stake. But again, this is only if you have purchased and have accessed the Arcanian supply and have obtained a copy or so on of Solia. So, all right. Let's roll. Let's see if she comes home. Well, it's less a if and more a when. But yeah, let's get Faye to come home at least once. That would be nice. Delicious soup. Delicious soup. More soup, please. Oh, good. That's 3. Oh boy, we're going to pity. Of course we are. We love going to pity in this house, chat. It's always fun. Ah ha 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 ha. Never didn't always go to hard to pity. There we go. 4 pulls in on the 50-50. Nope. More Orlea. Well, I'm not going to say no to a higher manifested Orlea. I do use her a absolute metric fuck ton in most of my teams, so. More ego. Oh, God. And then we just get it on the next temple. Okay, cool. You love to see it. I don't have to murder anything. Oh, hi again, Cassius. Paydes. Nice. I will never get over the fact that this is also the gal who voices Jita in fucking Grand Blue Fantasy. It'll be hard for me to get over her not being Goofy Ascended Captain Queen. But we'll manage. We'll manage. All right, let's get Rizhang to come home. Damn, never didn't have it. Cool. Well, we are done rolling. Aight. Yee, and I cannot stress this enough. Ha. I did not move that away. Rina Hidaka. Oh, she has done a lot of stuff. Another Mika. Sure, that's fine. That's... Oh, dear. So... Rui Qiang is voiced by Rina Hidaka, who is also the voice of Silica in Sword Art Online. Which is also relevant because that comes out tomorrow. She also voices... Oh, Festa. No. Blue Protocol. Sadness. That crushes me. She is also the voice of Milim Nava in Reincarnated as a Slime. She also voices Neon in Nikke. She voices Emul in Shangri-La Frontier. She's the princess in Goblin Slayer 2. She plays a lot. She's also the Japanese voice of Rossi in Enfield. She has done a lot. A lot. So that's kind of crazy. But yeah, we have received Milim. Congratulations. Easy enough, I guess. Oh, she's also the voice of Philo in Shield Hero. Our beloved filial. Why is Takahito Koyasu trending again? Because he's the Japanese voice of Deadpool in Tokon. I understand. I was like, why is he trending? Oh, that's why. Why is Sayori Hayami trending? Oh, because she's the voice of... Oh, okay. So she's Oshira-sama in Demons in the Shadow Realm. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Because that's Shinobu. I was like, why is Shinobu trending? Hello? Anyway. Dope. I am fully aware that I do not have any materials to level Faye at the moment. So even if I wanted to right now, I can't. Let's do a quick rundown of her memory fragments really quick, though. Obviously, if you are running her as sort of a standalone, regardless of where you put her in terms of your team composition, you are most likely going to want to run her as a 4-2. Your 2 are going to be, of course, Executioner tools, so that you can gain the 2-set critical damage boost. However, part of the reason why it is important that we take a look at kind of where she's actually going in terms of her kit, we are actually going to be looking at the 4-set bonus of Prelude to a Hero, which is when a Passion or Void attribute attack card of this unit is discarded, she gains 15% critical chance for a turn, max 15%, max 2 stacks. A lot of what I understand this to be is simply just because of utilizing Streak from Night Rain, discarding cards with Soliloquy, and gaining additional crit and damage boosts from utilizing Infernal Rhapsody and Soulfire Dance. So it's entirely possible that when we get those cards discarded, we're doing so because we're discarding attack cards from either Passion or Void attribute. This is typically going to be done with other attackers in that same space, such as Selena. Selena would be a really good way to go. A lot of her attack cards are all 1 cost, so target spotted, drone bombing, and her basics are all 1+, so good card to get rid of. So she needs to be paired with another Void to have 1+ cost Void cards discarded. Yes, it's both Passion or Void. Other characters that are typically being looked at currently as far as support, you're looking at Adelheid. You could also pair her with... it kind of depends on where you're going as far as who you're supporting her with. In most cases, we're probably going to be looking at going with either Nia, Tiff, or Mika for AP and card draw, Cassius for standard card draw with maybe an offshoot or like a backup of Orlea. Speaking of which, we're going to get her to E3. Evolved Creation effect is added to Salvation. Salvation is her ego, so she actually creates evolved creations now. Delicious. E3 Orlea. It's pretty good. Yes, Quietus stuff. So Haida Marie could also be a very good decision here. Diana could also be a very good decision here. Attack with All My Heart, Pistol of Purification. Her bullets all have Quietus. Haida Marie's Effulgent Expansion has Quietus. Here all has Quietus. So you're not only getting rid of attack cards, you're getting rid of additional cards that also have Quietus. I think Sword Rain has an epiphany that gives it Quietus. No, she does not. Yes. Sword Rain linked Quietus. 88% damage times 2 create 2 Effulgent Blades. And then, of course, Effulgent Blades are just linked. They do not have Quietus, but since they're linked, they should be able to get hooked if other cards also have linked. Could be good. I think Diana's probably going to be a better play on that if you're going to go in that direction. However, as we've seen with Diana, pairing a hunter with a ranger can be very interesting in that it can be dangerous when it comes to your total overall damage output. In certain circumstances, burning out her bullets may not quite be what we're looking to do here. But yes, Quietus is always going to be an option here. I think her other sub DPS that could do pretty well with her, like I said, is probably Selena. Just because extra damage, mark, coordinated attack. Selena is still... I will still stand by the fact that I say that Selena is a closeted 5-star unit. I just think she is. I think she is a closeted 5-star unit because she's just that hard to get a copy of. The only time you see her show up consistently is when she's on a banner. When's the last time she was on somebody's banner as a 4-star? Season 1. Maribel has been on more banners as a 4-star pickup than Selena. I think Selena's only been on one banner as a 4-star pickup. One. And I'm pretty sure that was Yuki's. I'm pretty sure it was Yuki's banner. So, yeah, about that. Unless it's been 2 and I'm forgetting. She might have also been on Cheezers, but I don't remember. But yeah, no. My poor bunny girl gets 0 love, never shows up on a standard poll. Her normal banner drops are ridiculously low. But beyond her drop rate, I still feel like she has the most potential of the 4 stars to be a 5-star agent. Just baseline. She's just good. Her ability to increase the amount of damage that you can do and what she does do when she does mark and extra attack damage is above and beyond what most other agents can do when extra attack is involved. So yeah, I think one of the other things though is I'm under the impression that, and I think that one of the teams that even Smilegate was talking about was using Hugo. Again, I think anybody that can do extra attack when your attack cards are going off consistently, I feel like is probably okay. I feel like Hugo is a weird offshoot. I also think that the deck that they were putting together with Hugo used Adelheid as their support. But yeah. I don't know how Tenebria fares with that pairing though. I think Tenebria kind of sits in a class of her own. She is kind of an OP. A lot of people think that Tenebria is basically a limited character in a non-limited character slot. Like she does stuff that the other limited characters were really kind of just niche, and she showed up in a non-limited slot that's really good. But obviously with Hidamari and Serenial, you've got a very specific loadout that works against very specific types of fights. But yeah, I feel like Faye fits in a very unique spot here where a lot of what we're looking to do with her wants her to discard stuff to Prelude, and gives her a chance to kind of shine by increasing what you can do with other people. I think maybe I'm reading it wrong. So it says when a Passion or Void attribute attack card of this unit is discarded, she gains critical chance for a turn. So maybe I'm misreading this. You don't actually discard other people's cards. It's whenever her cards are discarded. So cycling the cards with characters like Cassius and Nia, and to a lesser extent, Veronica or yeah, maybe Veronica, you might be able to do something like that, but I think that that's more akin to stuff that's being done by other people discarding her cards and not yeah, give me a second. Whenever this card of this unit is discarded. So yeah, so you want... So maybe not quite as... Linked actually would be better. So Hidamari could be good because now you can bring out a bunch of her Infernos and then have... Yeah, but that would require utilization. I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, once you cut the basics, she won't have a lot of one-cost stuff that'll be discarded to her draw ability, since you'll be stuffing a lot of zeros in her deck. Right, but it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 0. Like, her own card gets rid of 1 cost or higher cards. This is straight up just getting rid of any of her cards. So that would be less dealing with what Soliloquy does. That being said, the primary epiphany is draw 2 0-cost cards of this unit. Draw 3 of those drawn, discard 1 or higher. Draw 2 0-cost cards. When a 2-cost or lower card of this unit is drawn, activate that card and draw 2. Draw 1 card with a cost of X. Apply X of that card as X plus 1. Activate 3 Infernal Rhapsody in draw pile on the target. 2 Descent for each card activated. So that's actually really cool too. So yeah, I don't think it ends up being what's her attack card? Soulfire Dance? The more I think about it, the more I'm inclined to think that 4-2 is not a good idea. What am I missing? Two Flame Art streak. The next 2 times Flame Arts is activated. 2 Flame Arts. 1 Flame Art for each Infernal Rhapsody in graveyard. 2 Flame Arts at the start of the turn, move to hand. 1 Flame Art streak, apply the next X as X plus 2. 1 Flame Art streak, draw 2 Infernal Rhapsody. Okay. That's not really anything we care about. Soulfire Dance. 100 to 150, X plus 1, draw X. Unique. 100% damage times X plus 1. Activate Infernal Rhapsody in graveyard on the target for each hit count. Oh, God. Hold on. That could be fun burst damage. 150% damage, X plus 1, increase damage amount of next Heaven's Fall by 50% for each hit count, max 500%. Draw X, X Flame Arts times 2, X Descent. That's hella utility. You turn it from an attack into a skill card? Soulfire Dance 2 cost, upgrade, unique, add 1 hit to all Flame Arts. So that just makes it so that the extra attack does extra hit. Interesting. I feel like that's boof. Maybe Tiff is here to make a giant AP pool for Soulfire Dance. Maybe. I feel like that could be an interesting just burst damage. The question is what do you Epiphany your Soulfire Dance into? The unique 100% damage times X plus 1 activate Infernal Rhapsody in graveyard on the target for each hit count. And then just have a big fat AP pool. Like you could probably do that with, to a lesser extent, you could probably do it with Mika also. Like Mika could also set it up since it needs to have the Rhapsodies in the graveyard. That's probably another reason why Nia and or Cassius are also good calls, because it gives you the ability to cycle all of your Infernal Rhapsody into the graveyard and then blap, exit out, and just hit a bunch of them over and over and over again. So you get your Soulfire Dance damage and then continually just keep smacking them with Infernal Rhapsodies. I don't know. Let's check out the demo. Let's see how she plays. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a handle on kind of what her core concept is, and then we can kind of go from there. I feel like that's probably the starting point here. Where am I even going? Hold on. It's full scale offensives, chaos sortie. Successor's Will, Depths of Discord, Taxim. That's what we're looking for. All right. Faye is an offensive-focused combatant who performs extra attacks through her Infernal Rhapsody and Flame arts. By gaining descent through draw mechanics performed by herself and her team, she can unleash her Heaven's Fall. You can utilize the Infernal Rhapsody card, you can utilize the Exorcist Formation card to create Infernal Rhapsody cards, then activate Flame Arts. She also has 3 cards that draw Night Rain, Soliloquy, and Soulfire Dance that allow you to gain Descent to utilize Heaven's Fall as a card for damage. So you're almost always going to lead off with that. Like, that's just a baseline. You're always going to lead off by utilizing her unique card to generate Rhapsodies. Like, that's just... We need to make as many Rhapsodies as possible right out of the gate. Draw 2, discard all 1 cost or higher cards. So we don't care about Melancholy or Azure Flame, so... We're going to Soliloquy. Draw 2. Wait. Oh, of those drawn cards, discard all 1 cost or higher cards. I understand. Okay. Okay, I can see I can see the vision. Ah, I played those cards backwards. Oh well, missequence. I should have shielded first. What do you do? Draw 1 of Faye's attack cards. If cost of that is either 0 or X, draw 2. We'll wait for the next turn on that. Rhapsody. Rhapsody. Every other Rhapsody gains you the ability to get 1 of your Rhapsodies back. So as long as you have at least 2, you're going to be able to cycle Rhapsodies every other turn. Okay, I understand. Oh, they're using Ray here for augmenting Void card damage. Formation. We War Dance, Rhapsody, 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 Soliloquy, draw 2 zeros, Rhapsody, Rhapsody. Damn, not getting condensation until now is kind of whack. Heaven's Fall, Gonk, Soulfire Dance. AP. Snack time. 1 Flame Art, Streak, draw 2 Infernal Rhapsody. It doesn't cycle. Ooh, good to know. Neither does Snack Time, but here we are. Condensation, Rhapsody, Rhapsody. Okay, I think I get it. She plays very similar to Serennial. She has a very similar skill set to Serennial. But also generates attack cards that can do additional buffed things based on how and when you utilize Rhapsody. Interesting. Okay, so damn, another person pulling 2 today. Crazy. Though I do believe that having a big AP pool for Soulfire Dance is still good. Having the ability to manipulate where and when you can Rhapsody is important. So, okay, I have a better understanding of how this is supposed to work mechanically, I think. I feel like if you treat her a little bit more like a slightly more technical Serennial, she could be really strong in how you generate and utilize Rhapsody. I don't think Rhapsody Heaven could be better or worse yet. I haven't had a chance to really think about how those numbers work. I think Rhapsody Heaven might do a bit more for your descent speed, but you're still only generating and utilizing a stack of flame arts every other Rhapsody play. So while this does do more damage, you're still only getting 1 stack of flame art every other Rhapsody used. So what's the card manipulation here? Like, do we want to Epiphany into Night Rain 2 to gain 2 stacks of flame arts, and then the next 2 time flame arts is activated, you get 2 flame arts, so that you're just constantly having multiple stacks so that you can keep cycling Rhapsody? Excuse me. God damn. Ugh. Or do we go with this one here where you're guaranteed, once used, to at the start of your turn, have Night Rain back in your hand to gain 2 more stacks of Flame Arts? And then you can start cycling your Flame Arts, your Rhapsodies. I think either 2 or 4 is probably the Epiphany you want to go for. Night Rain 1 cost could also be good if you're able to move them into the graveyard quickly enough. But at the same time, you want to, if you use her less like a card dump and more like a full-blown attacker. Let me think about something really quick here. Create lasers. Lasers are free. Gain a stack of Afterglow. Afterglow gains additional stacks of tenacity damage and damage if they're in a ravage state, and then reduces your stack. I think I'm right. I think Faye is basically just Void Serennial. I think she's just Serennial for folks who didn't get Serennial. That's my hot take. My hot take as of right now, just from that alone, I think she's basically Serennial Dark. Serennial After Dark. I think she's Serennial. You ditch your basics. You upgrade your formation to support either or 3, so that you constantly have the ability to get additional card draw and then maybe get additional Inferno Rhapsodies. Soliloquy on base. I don't know. Draw 3, discard all 1s of those drawn. Draw 1 when a 2 or lower is of this unit is drawn. Activate, then draw 2. Draw 1, cost of X. Apply X as X plus 1. Activate 3 Inferno and draw on the target. 2 Descent for each activation. I feel like 1 and 3 are probably the go-to soliloquies here. You either draw 3 and discard all of the 1 costs that are drawn, or you just activate 3 Inferno and you 3 Rhapsodies in the draw pile and then get 2 stacks of Descent for each card activated. That one's a little more technical. Maybe it's still good, but it's hard to say. Yeah, so after basics are cut, she literally has no 1+ cost cards. X cost cards count as 0 if they aren't being activated. They count as 0, so they don't actually get yeeted. Actually, wait, they don't get counted as anything. They actually get counted as a null, so they can't actually get discarded for anything that is a specific number or higher or lower. It specifically is a call to X. So that's the only way you can discard a card with an X cost, is if it specifically says discard cards with X or modify the use of X. It is a very specific call out. So to my knowledge, I think it technically counts as a 0 cost, so it might get cost if I used a 0 cost card, but I'd have to double check that. But I'm pretty sure that X cost cards, also, there are not very many X cost cards in the game, so I haven't really had a lot of time to like look into that. But I'm pretty sure X's don't cost anything until they are used. Hence the reason why the call out is for an X cost. But yeah, I think either 1 or 3 on the soliloquy. Night Rain, you probably want 2. Maybe 4. I think 2 or 4 are the ones you want to aim for. Soulfire Dance, I think either base 1 or 4 could be good. I think if you're going for a more bursty damage, you probably want your Soulfire Dance to do damage. If you're trying to be a bit more passive, which I think is a little weird of a decision here, especially since if you're treating her like Serenial, you're probably never going to go with 4, but 4 could also be a good utility play. Draw X Flame Arts times 2 X Descent. Like, this could also still be really good. Just so you can get faster stacks of Descent and faster and more ability to just utilize. Oh, wait, it's like the difference between going Cobalt or just pure laser on. Oh, I understand now. Okay. So 4 is utilized. So if we're thinking again, if we're using the same logic as Serenial's cards, utilizing Soulfire Dance 0, 1, or maybe to a lesser extent 2 could also be really funny. I think this is more of the meme card. I think either 0 or 1 are the way to go. But if you're going hard in on big burst damage like you would with Cobalt Light, you go Soulfire Dance with damage. If you go more like you're purely going to be building Resonance, or not Resonance, sorry. If you're going to be Rhapsody, if you're going to be building purely for the effect of constantly cycling Rhapsodies and then blazing War Dance into like just more copies of Rhapsody, then you'll go here, draw X Flame Arts ×2, extra damage, X Descent, Heaven Fall. Bam, 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 bam. I think that build relies heavier on you having her at I think it's E4. So like having manifested egos is actually more important. But baseline, I feel like that's the decision you make. But yeah, like, I mean, if we go back to Serenial really quick and we look at it, it's the difference between multiple copies of Shining Core and Plasma Missile versus Cobalt Light. And then utilizing Pale Shooting Star as like an activation after the fact. This is kind of the same idea. So yeah, no, I can see that. Damn, I didn't even think about it, but yeah, she's kind of like, if you missed Serenial, Faye is going to be your pick. I feel like she plays that way. Hi, Izzy. How you doing? So that brings me back to... Good. Falling asleep at the desk is a thing. It has been known to occur from time to time. How are you discarding cards if we're not utilizing Soliloquy to do it? You're utilizing either Nia or Cassius to discard those cards. Or to a lesser extent, maybe Hyder Marie and Linked to yeet the cards into the graveyard to gain your crit bonuses from the 4-piece. I don't know. I don't feel like... How consistent is Prelude if I have to rely on other agents to discard for her? That's what I need to know. Otherwise, if I went 2-2-2, I don't know what our third 2-piece is. We'd go what? Crit Blackwing. We go Executioner's Blackwing what? Healer's Journey? I don't think so. Yeah, I think we build 4-2 just on the principle alone, honestly. I swear to God, if we stumbled into another one of those, well, obviously the build makes sense if everyone's running Crimson Sword 5-head. Boy, you're dumb. I'm a scream. Brother, you are not wrong. I would cry in my tantrum hole, brother. Oh my God. I don't want it. No, I don't think that's the case. Like, it's just one of those. Look, I think it's just because GameMate has a problem where they just copy paste the previous agent's items into the new into the new character build and then change it later because they aren't paying attention and they hate everybody. I don't know, man. Let's see what they say. I think that because she's brand new, it'll be different, but let's see what they have to say. Let's just see. Highly unlikely, but we'll see. All right, so they are saying that she should be building... oh my God, they really did it. They really did copy again, and they went Blackwing Curse Corpse Executioner. Where are we getting any amount of agony? They're saying her items are also Intellect Fairy King Amorphous, but they're also saying Swamp of Judgment because of Fairy King's Crown and Amorphous Cube. That's gross, terrible, and no. Just stop while you're ahead, guys. So they're going off of what I believe is WG's build list. They're saying Exorcist Formation 4, which is on draw, 1 Descent, 7 Inferno Rhapsody, Flame Art, 100% extra attack on the target. Soliloquy 2, which is draw 2 0-cost cards. 4 copies of Night Rain 3, which is 1 Flame Art for each Inferno in the graveyard. Soulfire 5, add 1 hit to Flame Art. And Blazing War Dance, which is just having that at all, which is good. They are currently saying best team is Ray Cassius. But you can swap out Hugo as a sub DPS, Veronica as a card draw support, but with no buffs or healing. Narja is a Ray support replacement, which can reduce the AP of her cards while additionally buffing the damage to Faye's attacks. Selena as a Ray replacement for sub DPS can also do extra, but has less access to card draw. But her extra hit 1 less because Faye isn't Passion. Or Nia as a sub DPS for Ray. So you would run double card draw at that point. So you'd have Nia for DPS and Cassius for card draw and healing. And since they can both provide healing and damage buffs, that is not terrible. Faye's best epiphany for Exorcist Formation is built on the version that gives her 1 less Rhapsody Inferno, but Flame Art activation guarantees an extra attack on the target. This can also be buffed with morale alongside her cards and her Flame Art extra attack. Her core card in this build is Night Rain. And the best epiphany for it is the version that grants her Flame Art stacks per Infernal Rhapsody in your graveyard. This gives her 7 Flame Art cards per card, which lets her do 2 extra. Oh, okay. Hold on. I think I understand what they're talking about here. So they're basically saying that every time you have stacks of Flame Arts, you want it so that the Flame Art is activating. Okay, that's why they're saying Exorcist 4. Hold on. Okay. So they're saying this one. And the reason for that is because she's now not only is every time she using Flame Art giving her the ability to use, like, to gain an additional stack every other time you use one, but it's also giving you the ability to do additional extra damage every time you utilize a stack. So every other card is doing 2 hits instead of 1. So she still plays a lot like Serenial, but she's got a little bit of just standard, like, she still also has a little bit of that standard Ranger build where she wants to, like, extra attack and shoot first, ask questions later, if that makes sense. Soulfire Dance, add additional hits per Flame Arts after playing it. This gives her the ability to hit twice every time her Flame Arts are used. Interesting. Welcome back. Ray is going to be using Resonating in Snack Time. Obviously, Cassius is Cassius, so just build for that. Damn, they really are saying try to get Dream World. Nah, thanks. That's not how the new season's gonna work, but chill, I guess. 2/2/2 Blackwing Seth Scare. Yeah, okay. She doesn't. Use Prelude to a hero if you have discards. However, if you access to discards, then you use Prelude 4/2, which gives her more critical stat, so she can hit crits often. Main stats are crit chance, passion damage. No, it's not passion damage. She's void, you fucking idiots. This is how I know they are just not paying attention. They just copy and paste shit now. They're like not even trying at this point. They just copy and paste and try to just make sure that it looks good, and then they update later. All right, so the build is not terrible. I do kind of think the build is not the worst. So Exorcist 4, Soliloquy 2, 4 copies of Night Rain 3, Soulfire 5, and a Blazing War Dance. Let's take a look at... So if you're going to build 4/2, Prelude is fine if you're going to be using somebody who discards in the team. Otherwise, going 2/2/2 is probably the right choice. I would probably just go with healers as the third and just hope that you get good secondaries. I think I've pretty much figured out her mechanics. She has, she's basically a extra attacking Serennial. That's the baseline. Huh. Alrighty. Yep, that's interesting. We're gonna just come over here. That didn't even pop up in... That didn't even pop up in my actual YouTube chat. That's wild. What is that nonsense? Hold on a second. What in the hell? Neat. Alrighty then. Random weird YouTube chat nonsense. We're gonna just block the shit out of that one, thank you very much. Anyway. Neat. Anyway. YouTube being weird. Anyway, so yeah. Looking at her kit and looking at her playstyle, she seems to be something that, yeah, it was pretty wild. Her kit lends to a very similar style of play like Serennial does. With Serennial, you want to focus on either going with Cobalt or going with lasers. If you do lasers, you're going to be utilizing them a lot. The difference between what Serennial does and Faye does is because Faye is a ranger, she also has the ability to do extra attacks. And if you maximize the amount of extra attacks you do by utilizing Exorcist Formation 4, which instead of generating 8 copies of Infernal Rhapsody, you only have 7, but every time a Flame Art is activated, she does additional extra attacks. Whenever she triggers... I think it's every second time she triggers Flame Arts, she's going to do 2 extra attacks on the target. And it's always going to be the same target rather than a random target like Mark. Well, yeah, like Mark. It's basically she's adding Mark, but it's all extra attacks by utilizing stacks of Flame Arts. So instead of stacking it on the enemy, she's stacking it on herself. So it's actually more versatile because now you're guaranteeing that those are always going to proc versus only having those stacks exist on the enemy. And if the enemy dies, you lose all of the other stacks that were still on that enemy at that time. So it's entirely possible that something like that could be done kind of better, purely based on the fact that she's built to be utilized in that way. So I feel like that actually makes a lot of sense. So they're saying go this one here, Exorcist 4, which I do get. I think that that's actually not terrible. I'm also kind of keen on doing 2, just because I'm gonna be able to get an Infernal Rhapsody every turn no matter what at the start of the turn, so that could also be good. But having the ability to do the additional extra attacks it definitely makes sense. I feel like that's probably the right call for formation. They're saying Soliloquy 2, which is draw 2 0 costs, which is just you being able to draw more copies of Infernal Rhapsody. I'm also kind of leaning on 3. 3 is also a good choice. Probably a solid secondary if you can't get 2, where you just activate 3 Infernos in the draw on the target and then get 2 stacks of Descent for each of those cards that are activated. They're recommending Night Rain 3 which is this one flame art for each Infernal Rhapsody in the graveyard. Now, you have to have them in the graveyard for that to work. Otherwise, I recognize both 2 and 4 also as good possibilities. So that's either 2 flame arts the next 2 times activated, you gain 2 flame arts, or you get 2 flame arts, and then this card goes into your hand at the start of the turn. These are both very good backups if you don't get Night Rain 3. And then they're recommending Soulfire 5, which is the 2 cost. No, what? Yes, it's the 2 cost that adds an additional hit to your flame arts. So that makes it so that you're doing an additional extra attack whenever you use a stack of flame arts. I'm also keen on keeping Soulfire as a damage, which would either be 2, or if you want to utilize, or sorry, either 0 or 1, which are either the 100 times X plus 1 draw X, or 150 times X plus 1 draw X, or 4, which is draw X, X flame arts times 2, X descent, which is just a utilization card. It's just good generic build-up for all of her extra attack damage. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. I feel like those are all good builds, honestly. Any one of those could go very well. That being said, when looking at her, now I kind of understand where they're coming from. If you're building her to be in a team that is not going to have good card draw, which, let's be honest, I get that. If you're going for hard buff, you're probably still running Cassius in some capacity. You're probably running either Tiff, Mika, or let me look at this really quick. You're probably either running Tiff, Mika, or Ray for the AP gen or card draw. And even then, Ray, you're really only building for 2 cards. I'll be 100% honest. If you're building Ray, you're literally only building Resonating Darkness for the damage to 1-cost cards, Snack Time for the card draw, and Dark Condensation to do, I believe it's for 1 turn, 50% damage amount of void attack cards. Everything else you're just going to delete. You're not going to use Predator's Blade, you're not going to use Strike, and you're definitely getting rid of her Dark Blade and Material Regeneration. You really only want these 3 cards. So you're definitely going to be building, like, probably 2/2/2. So yeah. That's probably where that goes. Beyond that, Cassius still holds a very good place because of just everything he can do. Pop-Eyed, Devil Dice, Shuffle, Dice Strike, Joker. It's all just strong. I didn't realize I had Cassius doohickey. Let's activate motion on Joker. I didn't even think about that. Nia also can be fairly well put together as well, just because she has the ability to discard cards, play cards, activate cards. 6 of one, half dozen of the other, really. Mika's just AP gen. Orlea is buff versus card play. So if we're looking more for the support side of things instead of DPSing as like having a sub DPS, Narja, Tiff, Orlea probably in those slots, and then whoever your card draw is going to be either Cassius, Nia, or Veronica. Adelheid is probably also a good sub. She doesn't really draw outside of utilizing Once Upon a Time to add Blessing to random cards in the draw pile. And even then, you're probably going to not want to have Rhapsody have Blessing. You're going to want to have, like, her other cards have Blessing so that you can draw them more often. I don't know. I think that's the baseline, is you want to have multiple copies of Once Upon a Time to just apply Blessing to everything. And then I actually don't know where you'd build Adelheid. Once Upon a Time, Protect Us, Garden? What do you Epiphany Truth into? Action count? Oh, no. Move 2 blessing cards from discard pile to hand. And then maybe hope that you also have the ability to add morale and subcapacity to it by running theater and getting Captain Squiggle Hands. And getting you the additional epiphany that adds Squiggle Hands boosts to it and get like a morale boost or something else to it. I don't know. Hard to say. Adelheid could be good just because she's void. She doesn't have a lot of attack cards, unfortunately, other than truth. But even then, it's not her focus. Increased cost of 2 costs. She's not going to be as useful here. Tiff could still be really strong because of all of her archetype cards. So yeah, I feel like Tiff might be better than Mika for AP Gen here. Unless you are suffering HP wise, then maybe you grab Mika instead for heals. I think there's some definite consistency with builds here. I feel like she's very versatile and can be utilized quite consistently across the board when it comes to who does what, if I'm being completely honest. I think maybe I goofed that. Give me a second. We definitely want to make sure that we have flash available. Give the ability to reroll combatants, fates, and I don't care about that. Don't care about gray market. We want that. Increase damage amount by 1% for each harmful effect possessed by the enemy. It's not really important here. All right, now we can start boosting damage, health, shield and recovery, damage, health. Okay, that's better-ish. We have Forbidden Catalyst and Song seasonal cards active. Oh god, is it going to tell me that using her is a bad idea because she's only level 1? She's not actually going to start at level 60, is she? I'm going to actually find... I actually have to level her. I don't even know how anything I even have right now. I might not have enough to actually do that right now with her. Do I have anything? I don't have anything. I haven't played in like a week. And so I kind of fell behind on my I should have done it, and I didn't, and that's on me. I apologize. Luckily, we can just do this and get double. That's the wrong... I don't want books. I mean, I probably need books, but I need this more than I need books right now. If I'm being completely honest. That's embarrassing. I just need to play more consistently, that's all. Murder. Luckily, this goes fast because my 9 Yuki with buffs is kind of dumb now. Nice! You love to see it. Oh, they lived. That's unfortunate. They lived. How dare they? That's because Iceberg Cleave doesn't do as much damage as Flash Slash, so that's why. Again. Murder. Oh, we didn't get the other. Unfortunate. Them's the breaks, Kyle. Ew. Oh, I didn't go to the cafe today. Oops. Oh, alright. Well, Fighting Spirit 1. Hiya. Fighting Spirit 2. Hiya. Hernando. Alright, murder. Also, I think they reset the cafe back to 80 instead of giving you 120 now again, which that makes me sad. Oh, and look, none of my children are here because this game hates me. I don't know why they changed it back to 80. They should have just left it at 120. Like, if I'm being supremely honest about that. Wait, why do I have mail again? Oh, cool. My gems are here. I should probably let people in Discord know that I got them. So many people getting, like, doubles on Faye tonight. That's crazy. 120 for Faye, but I'll take it. First Faye was hard pity, but back-to-back. But then back-to-back. Third Faye was 50. Lost 50-50 to Adelheid, so worth. Yeah, it's fair. There are some folks who are just hard pulling to try to get her E6, like, tonight. That's crazy. Crazy, I say. Oh, also, I do also know that a bunch of people have been asking for more of the background music. So hopefully, knock on wood, we'll actually get a chance to get more of the music for the game so we can actually use them in videos more often, which will be nice. I'm excited for that. Can hope though. Can hope though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Give me a second here. I need to... Oh, it's actually not going to show up now, is it? Because if I... Yeah, that's not going to clear out. It's fine. I'm not going to... It would be nice, though. I would like to be able to utilize more than, like, 3 tracks that they gave us at the very beginning of everything. But I also know that a lot of the stuff tends to be licensed, which is wild, but it is. So, like, when we did... I think it was the Season 3 preview, and they were showing off Haidamari. Some of the background tracks that they used during the opening and closing were licensed. And when we were watching those videos, I actually got a copyright strike on that video and had to actively respond by giving them the license that Smilegate had given to us, specifically so that we could remove copyright strikes. So because they knew straight up, they knew that the tracks in the opening would actually get us dinged. So they gave us the licenses for those tracks so that we could get, so we could actually like dispute copyright strikes on those. Well, that's, I mean, so fair and balanced, as all things should be. To be fair, that's common. That happens a lot. When you are actively a content creator for games, content that is in the entertainment industry, you have to have licenses. You have to. And in certain circumstances, those licenses are common use. So that gives you the ability to give copies of the licenses to content creators that you choose, so that their content, while associated with your entertainment piece, is not being stricken by DMCA. That's a very common thing to have happen. So because they knew ahead of time that they were licensed tracks and would definitely get us DMCA dings, maybe not specifically takedowns, but DMCA copyright hits, they gave us copies of those licenses so that we could dispute them when it happened. And it did, much to a lot of our chagrin, but because we had the licenses available for it, it wasn't a problem. So thankfully, it's not usually a problem for them. However, I think that's the biggest question that is on a lot of folks' mind when it comes to how some of them are kind of in existence, where a lot of the newer stuff that's been coming out might actually be actively licensed, whereas the stuff that they had from season 0, season 1 were not, because they were all built in-house and weren't being used as licensed material. So that's how that works. Don't forget to hydrate and stretch, chat. Oh, shrimpo! Don't do it. Oh, don't do it. Don't shrimp. Don't be a shrimp, chat. Woo! Drink water, bitch. No shrimp all. Anyway, thank you for that. I did, in fact, hydrate and took a quick stretch so that I'm not actually shrimping. My back was starting to twinge, and that's why I was like, I should stretch. Oh, hey, I didn't even think about that. TGS is coming up soon, isn't it? When is TGS actually happening? Confirmed list of exhibitors at TGS 2026. Announced on July 8th, which is today, that 759 companies have already signed on to exhibit at the annual Gaming Expo, including 484 Japanese, 275 international, and 51 countries and regions, which will allow the exhibition floor to cover 3,946 booths. That's a lot more than last year. Among the confirmed exhibitors also include Nintendo, that's actually big. They were not at TGS for the last few years. PlayStation, Square Enix, Capcom, Sega, Bandai Namco, Konami Digital, Koei Tecmo, Level 5, Hoyoverse, Nexon, Netmarble, and I believe for the first time, VR Chat. That's interesting. I was not expecting VR Chat to show up at fucking TGA. Or TGS, that's crazy. Wow. That should be really interesting. When? Oh, it's the 30th anniversary of the Tokyo Game Show this year also. That's crazy. I'm very happy to see that it's doing a thing. So it is... Oh, that's right. This year's also the first 5-day event So last year they did 4 days, and they did announce last year that they were going to be doing 5 days this year. They're calling it the longest 5 days of nonstop play. So it is September 17th through the 21st, which is Thursday through Monday. Obviously, that's JST. So that's going to be Wednesday through Sunday here in the States. But it is basically the September 17th to the 21st. It is the first ever 5-day format under the new anniversary theme of the longest 5 days of nonstop play. The first 2 days will remain dedicated to business visitors, industry professionals, and members of the press, while the final 3 days will be open to the general public. By extending the public portion of the convention by an additional day, CESA expects to approximately welcome 300,000 attendees across the total 5-day event. Any additional exhibitors and any additional event details are expected to be announced in the weeks leading up to the event. It will be a bit longer before we get more additional information about who else will actually be showing up, as far as additional games that will also be showing up there as well, which will be nice. But yeah, September, mid-September, late September. It's like week 3. Will be fairly large. I do also know that we are also still expecting Gamescom before TGS. I'm pretty sure it goes Gamescom, TGS, Game Awards in that order, as far as big events for game releases and stuff. So yeah, that should be good. But yeah, no, damn, that is way more numbers wise than I think a lot of people expected for it, especially since it's 5 days instead of 4. But yeah, it should be interesting. All right, let me see if I have any Ranger books. I probably don't even have Ranger books. I do have Ranger books. Damn. I'm mostly prepared, I promise. That's not enough experience chips though. Yeah, that's fine. Because then it's 44 to get her to 40. I have enough stuff to get her to 50. But then I don't have either the books or the experience to get her to 60. But I still need to do it. What's the play here? We just pop some... like, we're at 50k right now. It's okay. We'll pop 480. But we don't want this team. I love you. I do love you, Rin. However... we have a team for this. I'm just saying. Where's... damn. I was like, where the hell did 9 go? There's the 9. All right, yeah. Yuki Orlea 9. Swing it in. Flash slash? Trickery strike. Unfortunate. Oh, that kills. Neat. Murder. Again. So we do 2 here, and then we go back and get more experience chips so that we can finish that. It'd be nice if that just straight up killed, but I know it doesn't, so it doesn't matter. Ooh, that doesn't actually kill. Unfortunate. And of course we get Icebreak Cleave. Oh well, that would have killed. Q for free. Murder. Alright, we can convert the rest with chips, which is fine. Okay. So then we go back here. We run this. I think I need to run 5 to get her to 60. We shall see. Oh, please give me Flash Slash. No, Iceberg Cleave is not what I wanted. It's not enough. It's only enough to kill one. Sure, it doesn't do anything. It's fine. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, that doesn't matter. So not going to give it to me. Wah, 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 wah. All right, die. Ugh. Prepare. Freezing. Fighting Spirit. Which massacres. Obsidian. Tornado. Flash slash. Easy enough. Is 66 gonna be enough? Let's find out. Oh god, it's the wrong number. I consider 56. That's probably good enough to like at least do a sortie with her. So I don't feel like that's the worst decision to make, but I still need to give her fragments. So I guess it just depends on how it plays out. Like obviously these don't affect, wait, these don't actually affect sortie, do they? I can't remember. Sortie's like standalone. I don't remember. Let's find out. Yeah, no, we don't need fragments here. Fragments are not activated in sortie, so we can go in. It's our son! He's so fluffy. Faithless Way. I actually don't think I've seen Faithless Way before, so let's see what that has to do. What sort of nonsense do we have to deal with this? Faithless Path. At the start of the battle, gain Distrust. Distrust is at the start of the turn, increase the cost of 2 random cards in hand by 1 for 1 turn. Once entering the depths, it deactivates. You gain 2 rare fates and a powerful reward. Okay. I suppose we can make that work. All right, who do we get? Oh, what an interesting choice. Narja is a go. I'll take Narja. Narja's not terrible. How are we looking? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. Yeah, okay. I think that's the way to go. Go here and then 1 and go down to 2. Then we go across to 3. Fight, 4. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Ah, my nose is itchy. So we'll start here and go from there. Oh, good. That's unfortunate. Stacks. Murder. Mutation, Inner Awakening. Initiation unique. When drawing 3 times through an ability, plus 1 AP or 1 AP for return morale 3. Oh, that actually seems really interesting here. Or do we want to grab Bottomless Hunger that decreases the cost of cards by 1 for a turn? I kind of want to see how this works out since it's initiation. It could work very well in conjunction with Veracity. Anyway, we go here. Wow. Crazy. All right, well, we take that. What do we get? A mutation of hyperimmunity hormone. When an upgrade card is used, change the cost of a random card in hand by 0 for a turn. Sure, that seems not terrible. And a harmonization version of Amorphous Cues that gives us 40% damage increased. Yes, please. Where is that when I need it in normal chaos runs? That's crazy. Wow. Oh, it upped the cost on this. So now... Unfortunate. Because I definitely need to do that. There's really no not using Rhapsody generation. What does this do again? 8 descent. Gain descent. Not really worth burning here. Draw a card. Rhapsody. 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 Oh, he dead. Okay. I'm like, why can't I continue to play cards? Oh, he's dead. Whoa, these mutation cards popping up are crazy. I might just grab voluntary control though, just because I feel like each time action count is decreased, you gain a veracity stack. 3 impair, 3 agony, apply 2 weakness to all enemies. Or haste, draw 1, change the cost of those cards to 0 to 2 for a turn, gain a fortitude. Now we're just gonna grab voluntary control. Those generic cards are kind of whack. So we went there. So now we're going to go down to go. Okay. Yeah. So we're going to go down. Nihilism. Ow. Oh, it's this one. Harmonization Moss Armor. When an ally attack card is not activated, gain a fixed shield, or we can gain a schizophrenia. Get an epiphany at the cost of gaining schizophrenia. Let's reread. Millennium Arbor. When a 2-cost or higher card is activated, 1 vulnerable. Let's do 1 more and see if maybe we can get a better item there. Formica's Broken Spear. Increased damage amount by 15% for each enemy. Sure. Oh, it uses Chaos Orbs. Or, well, no, it's its own... They changed it to Clockworks instead of the Hourglasses. That's right. Oh, come on. There's no way. Oh, man. Getting an 18 is gonna not happen. There we go. Good lord. Never didn't have it. First try, chat. Give me the spear. Alright, anyway. Was that worth it? Probably not. Did I do it anyway? Yes. So we got 1. Here's 2. We can either do 3, 4 or 3, 4. I think if we go down here, we have better shot at getting some better stuff. So let's do that. All right, what do we get in the gray market? Probably nothing good, but we'll see. Titan combat suit's not terrible. It's good armor. Mutation, recover 2% max at the end of the turn and decrease stress. Yeah, buddy. Holy shit. That's really good. And that gives us 2 pieces of mutation also. Forward. Ah, goop dogs. I see. Mutation. Assault gauntlets. Start of the battle, 3 counterattack, 1 fortitude. Or increase stress by 5 and get recycling. That's awful. Just give me the gloves. That's fine. Not really the best for her, but armor is armor. We're no, you know, I'm not going to say no to higher defense trust. Oh, it's this guy. Wait, what? Forceful. Forced an activation. I'm still not getting a chance to actually use Inner Awakening and Exorcist Formation at the beginning of my combat. I'm a little grumpy about that. That's the second time I haven't been able to do the thing. Like, the fuck, bro? Grumpy. Eat. Mm. Ow. Counterattack. Oh, he Infernal Rhapsodied for free. Good luck, nerd. Armament of War. Gain 1 random legendary weapon. Increase attack of allies by 5%. Sure. Yeah. Why wouldn't I take that? Oh, the Replica Core. When drawing your own attack card through an ability, that card gains plus 75% damage for 1 turn. Is that better than Formica's Broken Spear right now? I don't know. It would give me... That might be better since she does draw with her soliloquy, right? Like I have that, right? Not yet, but when I do, I will. I actually think it's better. I think this is where it goes. I think we'll give it a shot. See how it works. And we got a Soulfire Dance that allows me to draw more cards. Sure, we take that. I sneezed. Oh. Oh. Oh, wow. I didn't realize you could get Senectus weapons in Really? I had no idea. I had no idea. I had no idea you could get mutated versions of Senectus weapons in Sortie. That's never happened before. Never happened. And now I regret snagging this because I just want to give her this. On Ravage, decrease stress of allies by 2. I don't know that she'll ever Ravage, but just a flat 30% attack? That's crazy. Okay. Whatever, man. I just work here. I don't know what to tell you. That was crazy. Get a lush seaweed with harmonization when shield is gained through a card, 45% fixed shield, or Nihilum Spark to discourage the strange behavior of eating goop machines. I understand. Please stop eating goop. Ah. Or oh. 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 Wow. So it doesn't matter. It applies it to all 3. But we also got either draw or create 8, resolve 1, create 8, draw an Infernal Rhapsody, and create 8, 50% damage to those cards. Let's just do this one. Like, none of those are good enough, but like none of them are good, but they're good. That one's good enough, I guess I could say. That's probably the way to put it. Ew. That is unfortunately just kind of how that goes. Because we didn't get to formation. Honestly, you should always just formation. I don't think there's a reason not to. Otherwise, you just don't really get a chance to do anything with her. It's just very important that she does the thing. Leap attack. Does damage, draws, inspiration, decrease the cost, agony. At the start of the turn, damage to one random attack. Wait. At the start of the turn, add an additional 200% damage amount to one random attack card in hand for one turn. Ugh. Or we just take a Bondless Hunger, which is important. Otherwise, those basic cards were god awful. All right, we're gonna heal. Harmonization, Mutant Predator, Spike. 4 more cards in hand. Increased damage. Increased damage amount of the third attack card created. Let's get rid of the Melancholy basic skill. All right, let's go slap a boss, see what happens. Oh, I actually got to do the thing this time. Hooray! I mean, damage is damage, whatever. Eat. Beam. Free wiggle for a Yudo birthday. Oh, well, I suppose we could probably do that. What do you guys think? We could probably do a quick free wiggle. Give me a second here. Also, happy birth. Yay, tomorrow birthday. Very well then, it's wiggle time. Where'd Wiggle go? There's Wiggles. Hiya. Oh, good, you got the rare wiggle too. There you go. Happy birth. Burn, Rhapsody, Hunger, Flames. Oh, he's already dead. Yay, no dying though. Because if you die, I have to ban you, and that means I have to do the forms in triplicate, and I really don't want to do that. So please don't die. Oh, Foosh Pass. Oh, Blazing War Dance. Let's go. That's delicious. We love superconductive protein. Because I think that's definitely better than that, honestly. Because that's just free cards getting reduced for free. We love that. Perish into sleep. It's good for sleep time, though. But I also understand. It's fine. Do we want Formica or Seraphia? We want Formica. Formica is easier to deal with than Seraphia, and I don't want to have to deal with bullshit shields. It's our son. Fuzzy boy. 1 of 3 random fate paths. At the start of the next turn, draw 3 cards. If draw pile is 1 or less, decrease cost and cards in my hand by 1. At the end of the turn, if AP is 0. At the start of the next turn, gain 1 AP. If an odd number of cards in his hand increases damage. At the start of the turn, create 1 random basic attack card from those currently in possession. Apply Ephemeral and decrease the cost by 1. Limitless Proliferation. What a wild card. Or, well, it's a fate, but still, that's crazy. Exemplary Harmonization. I don't know. I might take this one just because I think this could be useful. Because that means we guarantee an additional AP every other turn. Well, actually, every turn. Alright, who do we get? Tenebria Yuki Calipe. I might grab Calipe just to have a protector. She's also drafted, which means she gets boosted stiff. 2 basic cards strike, gain 2 random signature cards. Remove basics. Gain 2 random signatures. I'm tempted to just take Calipe and see how she does. I'm sure this won't bite me in the ass later. We got a Vulture Ejection that can either do additional defense-based damage, add 2 vulnerable, or do damage and shield. Let's grab this one. And then the other is Overpower. Ew. Let's do Overpower with Tenacity. We'll just make her a bit more simplistic. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. If we go, it's one of these 2 routes. I think if we just go forward and just go straight across, because that gives us 2 shops at the end. Minus any random card removal or duplication events that we get towards the end. Low likelihood because Sorty's very funky about that, but I think this is probably the best route. Ew, gross. Flame is free. Soulfire gives us a card draw. Rhapsody, Soulfire, damage, go. Rhapsody, cost. Oh, he did. Cost. Rhapsody, eat? Nom 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 nom. Double Veracity stacks into beam. Rhapsody, kill. No, he's 12 HP left. Help. There we go. It was the counterattack that killed him. Oh well. Rally. Mutation, so confiscation, draw 2 basic. Knowledge of Darkness, draw 2, activate drawn card. Let's grab Rally, because that's more card draw. We like card draw with Faye. Faye loves card draw. Om nom nom, card draw. Epiphany, normal card convert. Deadly Shot. Epiphany, please, and thank you. Never didn't have it. When Crisco rises. It's Epiphany Soulfire Dance and see if we get anything good. Oh. Activating Graveyard for each hit count. Draw 1 card. 150 next Heaven's Fall boost. 150. Okay, we're just gonna grab the baseline boosted damage version because it also has a card draw attached to it, which is super important for her. More cards, please. Give me more cards, please. Sure. Formation for free. I will take it. Mutation. Beam. Rhapsody. Soul Fire Dance. Rhapsody. Tornado. He has so much armor and he hits like a truck. Ouchies. Alright, we control. Rhapsody, 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 Rhapsody. Bottomless Hunger. Tornado. Cancel? Oh, overpower. Yeah, we'll definitely grant shields, please. Tenacity damage is the more important piece of that, but it's fine. Ow. Rhapsody. Soulfire. Burn. Blazing War Dance. Heaven's Fall. Hi, you. Shackles. Inferno. Inferno. Oh, he dead. Ooh, monster card. Monster card. Oh, 1 morale at the start of the turn, 1 morale for 2. I don't think I care. I mean, I might, but I don't think I do. Actually, I don't, but I'll give it to Calipe because she doesn't have a lot of cards, and since she can actually use it, it's worth giving it to her. Another fate, you say? Call of the Unknown. Each time an unidentified area is entered, gain 70 credits. Yeah, sure. Jesus. Counterattack, Relentless Endurance, or Night Ray. Night Ray, please. Ooh, 1 Flame Art for each Inferno Rhapsody and Graveyard. We got one. That's a big deal pickup. Oh, shield gain on Consecrated Halo on Calipe. Sure, 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 sure. That's pretty baller. Oh dear. Both of them are dead. First aid kit or a Vitor Epiphany. The end of battle recovers 6% HP. Let's Epiphany. Rally got a Vitor that choose and draw 1 card costing 2 or more. Draw 1. Draw Celestial Silver Veil. Draw 1. Draw 1 highest cost. Increase action count. Draw 1. We're gonna grab. They're all 180 except for this one. Let's just do this one. That makes the most sense. We are continuing ever forward. Ever forward. I might need to step away for just a moment, though. Vine Camouflage. Extract, please. Yes, I do need to take a step away for a moment. We'll be right back. Deploy the boy. beeping. Sorry about that. Sometimes you just gotta do the thing. Anyway, where was I? Moving on. Ever forward. Murder Bugoo. Alright. Hmm.
継承者の力をお見せしましょう。艦長、ご指示くらえ。断罪のたてがみ。継承者行け。艦長、神命に従い、一族の誇りを爆破くらえ。何をする。
Eat. Nom 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 nom. What are you doing again? You're drawing a card. I mean, I guess technically if we're drawing attack cards, that should be an Infernal Rhapsody, right? Oh, yeah. So we go here. We go here. Heaven's Fall. Rhapsody. Okay. Rally. Control. Actually, upgrade. Control. Burn a bleed. Burn end. Rhapsody. Rhapsody. I'm dead. Okay. Turn endo. Another Soulfire dance. Sure. I guess. Not really the one we want multiples of. That's Night Rain, but like we aren't getting any, so it's fine. Whatever. We just go hard damage. Let's go here. We'll go forward. We do not change our tactics. We just keep going forward. Grey Orb. Grey Orb is 10% critical chance at the start of battle, 2 damage reduction, and or we get the Flower of Life if at max HP 80% damage. Oh, wow. And that's if we fail and then have to do the fight. Let's just fight him. I think I don't care about either of those. Let's just see what happens if we fight. Free. Inner Awakening. Shackles. Beam for the kill. Rhapsody. Fernando. Rhapsody, Rhapsody, Dominion, Hunger, Meal Time. Eat! Nice. When a basic card is used, heal 40%. You will give that to... Oh, that's an armor. I mean, it's still a mutation, so we take those. I don't want to lose any of these, honestly. I think these are all really good for the run. I mean, I guess maybe we get rid of the counterattack. I think that's probably the right call here. Forward into Healing Lands. Rest. Spirit's Feather. When a skill card is used, increase critical chance by 20% for a turn. Otherwise, burn out one of her Azure Flames, probably. Not like I can't afford it. Totally normal. Oh, what do you got for me? Obtain equipment harmonization Kirax core on a 10 or higher at the start of turn. If below 40% max HP, recover 8% of max HP. Sure, we'll see if we can get it in like 1 or 2 rolls. Ugh. Ugh. Well, that's unfortunate. Ow. The Famished One's Belly. When a card is exhausted, 20% damage amount and recover 5% max HP 3 times per battle. Well, health is health. We take it. It's better than nothing. Alright, it's Formica time. So we heal after we took a shitload of damage. Branch of the Sacred Tea. On heal or recover through ability, inflict fixed damage equal to 6% of the recovered amount of all enemies. It could be good on Narja. Overcurrent Shock Unit. When you draw through an ability, 75% fixed damage to a random enemy. Sure. And then we get rid of the final basic. Alright, Formica time. Let's see how awful this is. 0 promises. She's always a pain. Free? Oh, that was free. When drawing 3 times through an ability, 1 AP. And for 1 turn through realm. Okay, I mean, it's still good. Just kill that dude off. Rhapsody. War Dance. Rhapsody. Why didn't you extra attack? That was weird. Oh, because I didn't have to. Okay, that makes more sense. There we go. Let's go here. Soulfire to kill. Bottomless Heaven's Fall. Rally for free. Inferno. Mealtime. Eat. Draw. Rhapsody Tornado. That's a good crit. Rhapsody, 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 Soulfire, Soulfire. GG. I like Soulfire being able to just do a ton of hits. I think that's the right way to go with that card. Iron Wall, Confiscation, another Bottomless Hunger. When Veracity is activated 3 times in 1 turn. Decrease the cost of a random card in hand by 1 once per turn. 3 Resolve, Counterattack 1. Draw 2 basics for 1 turn, gain 1 Fortitude on shuffle. Move from draw pile to hand. And that goes to Narja? That could be good. But I mean, it's drawing basics. Yeah, it's because it's basics. I don't care. None of those are really what I want. Pulsating Egg. Whoa, both of these are great. Holy shit, wait, hold on. 15% attack, 15% defense, 50% max health, or 20% crit, 20% crit damage. Both of these are really good. One's an accessory and the other one's a weapon. I don't... What am I using for her? Right now she's using 40% damage. Or I do 50% attack, 50% defense, 50% max health by giving her a pulsating egg instead of the cube, which is 40% damage. I don't know. But then there's also the weapon, which is 20% crit chance, 20% crit damage. But she's got this, which is just flat attack percentage. Like right now, she's got 70% increased attack. Well, no, she has 30% increased attack and 40% damage. This would make it so that she's got 45% attack plus the additional 15 defense and 15% max health. Oh, man. Is the egg better than the cube here? Actually, it doesn't matter. She has a legendary. She can't use it. I can't give it to her. I can only give it to Narja. And if that's the case, then I don't want to lose... I definitely don't want to lose protein. Protein is more important. And no way. Oh, I can't, like, see if I confirm this. Can I give it to her? Wait, is it going to let me? Oh, well then fuck it. If it lets me, I don't care. I was actually worried it wasn't going to let me because they're both mythics, but it's like, it's Sorty. Sorty doesn't give a shit about your save data because save data doesn't exist. So you can put 3 mythics on a character if you get 3 mythics. Fucking, we win that. Anyway, Wanderer Formica because reasons. Purple Bug Mom. I mean, what? Sun, heal me. Warm and awe-inspiring. Splendid and dazzling. Clear. Alright. What do we get? Oh! Mommy! No worries, George. We got Kirkin's Antinomy. At the start of the turn, change costs of cards in hand between 0 to 2 for a turn. At the start of the battle, gain 2 AP. Each time a status ailment or curse card is drawn, exhaust that card and draw 1. Okay. That's hilarious. Both of those are actually really good for what that's worth. My son, I love him. Him good boy. Fourth combatant is Serenial, Magna, or Diana. I might do Serenial here because I think it would be really funny if we swap out what is Diana card? Diana gives me With All My Heart and Come Here PogChamp. Create 3 Heartbreakers, increase damage amount by 200% in boss battle. And discard up to 2 cards in hand to create Heart Shaker for each discarded +1. If 8 or more cards are in hand, change cost to 0. Okay, interesting. Diana could be a good pick here. I don't want to do a double up on protectors because we already have Calipe and she's kind of doing her job. Haru. Anchor shot, anchor pointer. Ooh, give him the slam jam? At the start of the turn, when this card is the first card used, draw 2. Wait, do we go slam jam with Faye and Haru here? That could be really funny. All right, let's see what happens if we swap Diana. Chizuru. I don't think I care about that much. Her Shackles is kind of funny because then she'll generate Sword of the Moons, but Moon Slashes, those are her basics. I think I'm going to do memes. I want to meme it up. We're going to grab Haru because memes. Team large ladies, big business. Team big business, chat. We're finishing it up with team big business. Anyway, sorry. Oh, jeez. All right. 1, 2. Ooh, if we go down, that gives us 2 unknowns before we finish. 1 fight, 1 elite, 2 shops, 2 unknowns. Yeah, I feel like that's the safest. Oh, it's Whip It, huh? Okay. Free formation, free inner awakening. I draw X5. Rhapsody, Night Rain, or Dance. Combo! Oh, we finally got a soliloquy to show up. Apply Linked and Quietus to this card? Alrighty. Or we can... 1 Flame Art Streak. Draw 2 Infernal Rhapsody. Move 2 Exhaust card from discard to hand. Or activate 3 Infernal Rhapsody and draw a pile on target. 2 Descent for each activation. Apply Linked and Quietus to this card. You know what? For the memes. Because reasons. For the lulz. This would normally be Formica's Broken Spear. It's still Formica's Broken Spear. Who would I give it to? Calipe? I guess? Or do I just want to copy? We're going to copy. Damn, never didn't have it. Let's go. Boo earns. Actually, Boo earns. Let's grab another copy of Soliloquy. That's kind of funny. Was it queen? Was. Rest stop number 1. Reduce the stress. Remove attack response. First aid kit. At the end of battle, recover HP. Administrator's ID badge at the start of the battle, 1 evasion. I haven't seen that in a while. Reinforced combat suit at the end of the turn. If there's no shield, gain shield. Versus at the end of the turn, recover HP, decrease stress. No, that's never not going to be better. Another replica core, but this time it's literally the same. Mutation, evolution, mask of evil spirits. If at max HP, 30% critical chance. I don't need to worry about it. All right, unknown area 2. Do we go inside with the tree's butthole? Let's find out. We don't need to heal and our stress is fine, so inside the butthole we go. Neat. Oh, it's the cocoon slap. Increase all combatant stress by 5 and apply a Viator Epiphany. Let's hit this one. We got money. Let's hit this one. 1 evasion. Next turn, draw 3. We would give that to cost 2 though. Skip. All right, we're done here. Oh, I should have done the Epiphany. Oh well, I'm dumb. It's fine. Whatever. Ew. Oh, but it made mealtime free right out of the gate. That's hilarious. 2 shackles. Overpower mealtime. Eat. Upgrade. Turnendo. Anchor pointer. First card used. Anchor shot. Murder. Anchor shot. Murder. Rhapsody. Rhapsody.
艦長ご指示を
Rhapsody.
くらえ
Rhapsody. War Dance?
命令に従い
Rhapsody. 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 Heaven's Fall.
の炎が悪を焼き尽くす
Soulfire.
断罪のたてがみ
Soulfire.
断罪のたてがみ
Oh, I was really hoping Space Whale or Eat would kill, but it won't. Kill actually does more damage, so...
意志が沈静
Eat!
絶望が口を開ける
Nom.
私たち
Turn
の
Endo.
状況すごいね継承者
Rhapsody. Oh, okay, he dead.
弱点をついたな大した腕前じゃ
At the start of battle, increase damage, shield, gain, heal, and basic cards by 20%. Sure. 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 Activate 3 Rhapsody and draw a pile. Descent 2 for each. Draw until 4 cards are in hand. Oh, God. Sure. That's an interesting Divine Epiphany on that one. If it max HP, 120% damage amount. That's a weapon. Let's give that to Calipe. Because I think it's funny.
いらっしゃい
Oh, ooh. When attacks decrease damage by 10%. I wonder if that's actually something that might be better than...
いつぶりのお客さんだろう
Yeah, that's going to be better than the synthetic. Even though I don't have any other distortion. Everything I have is... Well, actually, that's harmonization, so it doesn't really matter. But even then, I don't have anything that boosts based on having X amount of
いつぶりのお客さんだろう
subtypes or like affixes, so it's fine. Yeah, we're gonna do this.
今日のベストチョイスですね
I don't really need to remove anything. Let's reroll and see if we get anything else.
お待ちどうさま
Scouts combat boots when defeating an enemy, 100% fixed shield, don't care.
じゃじゃーん
Heart of the Jewel. Heart of the Jewel is actually kind of funny. Applies X is applied as X plus 2 instead of X plus 1. Now that I think about it, Heart of the Jewel would actually be really good for Faye as a accessory. Because you'd want to do more with your X on Soulfire Dance. Interesting. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I think for an actual build, I think Heart of the Jewel is really good. For Sortie, I'm not going to touch it. But for like a normal actual build, I think that's going to be one of her best in slot accessories. I really think it will be. I mean, that's extra card draw, that's extra hits, that's extra... That's a lot of extra. Let me tell you.
何か不安なこと
Yeah, I think Heart of the Jewel is actually going to be a really good accessory for her. I'll have to look at accessories and stuff again just to see.
強い敵
All right, it's time for improved Formica. More Bug Wife. Oh god.
行きましょ
At
う
the start of each turn, when this card is the first card, use draw 2. Well,
守ってあげますね
we're going to use it to draw 2. We already had Anchor Shot in hand, but that's fine. Bonk.
高速違反ですよ
Formation. Awakening.
浄化の炎一族の誇りを継承者の力をお見せします霊剣なる悪を浄化せよくらえ
Hunger. Soulfire.
断罪の
Soulfire.
断罪のたてがみ
We killed Anne. We're still going to take some damage, but it's not nearly as bad as it could have been. Doable. All right, Heaven's Fall. Soliloquy. Morale. Vulture. Control. Rhapsody. Rhapsody. Veracity. Draw a card. Draw 3. Heaven's Fault kills. Alright, alright, alright. Eat. Soulfire for 3. Blazing. Inferno, 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 Inferno. Heaven's Fall. Two turns and she's well below halfway mark. That was a really good turn. Holy shit. Inferno. Rally. Shields. Pops Vulture. Silver Veil times 3. Soliloquy on him. Heaven's Fall kills 2. Rhapsody on the one in the back. Anchor Pointer. Anchor Shot in the back. Because we have the thing that makes it so that she can use it if we don't have enough AP for it. Rhapsody. Rhapsody. Soliloquy. Heaven's Fall. Soulfire if it lets me. Probably won't. Oh, Soulfire. Dead. GG. Never didn't have it. Solid sortie run. I can certainly see exactly kind of why she looks complex. I don't think she's that complex. I think she's... What even is a crisis? Question mark. This build is dumb. It's dumb. We had so many copies of Soliloquy, we just never used them. The Soulfire dances came in handy, but yeah, having the ability to draw multiple times into a lot of those over and over and over again, and then dropping... Nah, that's really good. She is super strong. That's exciting. Yeah, so Blazing War Dance Soliloquy is actually having the Soliloquy, being able to just activate the Infernalist in the draw pile and then dissenting twice for each time you activate one. And then being able to either Night Rain for the additional Infernal Rhapsody, gaining stacks of Flame Arts like instantly, or then like moving them into the hand for each descent gained this turn. And if you did this, you've gained 6. At best, you just gained 6 descent. So that lets you get 6 of your 8 Infernal Rhapsodies, or in the general case, either 7 or 8 of your Infernal Rhapsodies back into your hand, where you can just keep throwing them out again and gaining more stacks of both descent and flame arts. That's crazy. Yeah, she's like Serenial on crack. Honestly, she's really good. I can see her going hella crazy. And then just like having the ability to manipulate where and when your cards are in either the deck or in the graveyard, so that you can either move them from the to your hand or just make sure they're all in the graveyard and then just game a bunch of stacks of flame arts and then just extra attacking for free for one. That's crazy to me. Every 3 stacks you just slap again. Oh no. She's really good. She's fun. Goodness gracious, she's fun. I like her a lot. I'm glad I picked her up. It's really funny to me too, because I know a couple of people were talking about how like maybe she's skip worthy just because she's a preseason character. And we've got 3 brand new characters that got announced and things are looking quite entertaining with the new stuff that's coming out for season 4. But I'm like, I don't know about that, chat. I think Faye is absolutely worth picking up. If you like Serenial or if you missed Serenial, she's definitely a pickup. At least I think, anyway. I don't think I care about that. When resting, increase health recovery and stress recovery by 20. It's fine. Exploit vitals. Increase damage by 1% for each harmful effect. I don't think I care about that. Let's just max these out. Hello? Thank you. Good lord. Engagement data. Those are all new. Sortie 3 times with Faye as the starting combatant. It's 3, 5, 10, and clear risk modifier stage 12 or higher, and you get 1 prism lens. Unless you guys are looking for an absolute challenge, this is... I don't think I care. Obtain a prismatic fate as the starting combatant Faye. 1 cloaked in divine grace. Extreme one who has reached the extreme of achieve a final score of 50k or more as starting as Faye. Equip 3 mythic equipment as Faye. I was actually really close to doing that. Obtain a divine fate as Faye as your starter. Clear without deleting the starter basics. Clear with 1,000 or more credits. Proceed through 6 or more elites. 9 or more unidentified areas. Defeat the hidden boss. Clear with 4 or more common cards. And use the starting combatant Faye ego skill 7 times. Interesting. So those are all like different like achievements that you can do with her. I'm pretty sure most of these are going to be pretty common. Like all kind of the same. Yeah, I still don't have Luke. Only 5-star who hasn't come home. Am I sad about that? Not really. I mean, it would be nice to have everybody unlocked, but let's be honest. I'm not pressed to have Luke come home right away. I have so many other characters I would much rather have right now. Alrighty, it is well past 10 o'clock. Pat, go to bed. We tuck in our daughter and let her go to sleep. Good stuff. No, Faye is great. I guess my final thoughts on her is basically if you like Serenial or if you miss Serenial, she's definitely a worthwhile pickup. She has a lot of the same similarities in terms of just kind of how Rhapsody functions. And I feel like having access to it gives you a lot of tools to kind of just obliterate shit. That being said, if you can get assistances through other people with morale boosts, gaining access to stuff that gives you good card draw, to either make sure that there's always at least 3 copies in deck or all copies or a bulk of your copies in graveyard so you can gain multiple stacks of flame. Getting a chance to drop your axe multiple times is also really good, especially since you need 8 stacks of that. So getting that to happen more than once per turn could be difficult, but still good. Having her partner is important because of allowing for, like, she can boost stuff, and like that just makes it better. I think I understand where the 4-piece 2-piece is coming from versus a 2-2-2. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more digging on her fragments just to kind of see where that actually needs to be and if 4-2 is like actually better than 2-2-2. And I'll even go so far as to say that, like, you're not keeping her basics. You aren't. So if you do go 2-2-2, you're probably grabbing healers as your third set just for the additional health. Health is always going to be, I've said it before and I'll say it again, health is a universally good statistic for every character. It doesn't matter. Having a little bit of extra health over a little bit of extra oomph in any consistent amount of content outside of, like, Great Rift is always fine. Because you can still re-roll or still rebuild for your secondary stats. You're not missing out on a 2-set bonus that isn't going to be used for anything. Because there's, like, what, 2 characters that use basics right now? Tenebria and Malin. That's it. So Seth's only going on 2 people. Tenebria and Malin. And even then, you know, it's not that big of a deal. So, like, yeah. Go crit, go attack, go heal. Healers so you get health. Or if you have the consistency or you're using a character that has card draw, then, or, well, I should say discard. The ability to discard cards. I would say that that's when you will go 4-2. Otherwise, be prepared to build her as 2-2-2 with healers. You're probably not going to go wrong. You just aren't. Jury's still out on whether or not certain epiphanies are actually better than others in terms of damage, but I do think that the one that gives you the ability to do multiple attacks and or multiple extra definitely worked out in that sortie run. I was doing just an absolute metric crap ton of damage from extra hits based on having multiple stacks of fire. But yeah, no, Faye is good. Faye is good. If people ask you, should I skip? I would say if you have the ability to try to get her, get her. As somebody who's relatively free-to-play friendly, I would say she's kind of a 50-50 toss-up. If you're close to being able to pull, and you've got maybe 20 or 30 pulls to actually get a character pull on the banner, go for it. If you are currently sitting at 70, I might have you wait. And I think that's purely just because she's not limited, so she'll go into the pool in like 3 weeks, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Especially since we all know that Yuki is coming back around in 2 weeks. If you never got a chance to get Yuki, Yuki is a amazing pickup and is probably going to be a really solid pickup as just a baseline character to have just in general, purely because of her AoE. So if you think you aren't going to be able to get Faye right now, I might recommend you save and pick up Yuki, or wait for the new season 4 characters, since we're probably not going to know much about which of the 3 we're going to get right away. Like, we don't know. I think we're getting the archer girl first, and then we're getting I think it's the archer, then it's the spear, and then it's the whip sword cat girl. I think we're getting her last. I could be wrong. It could be the other way around, but I think it was that the Void Archer gal was the one who was the most complete at AX. So we'll see. I make no promises. I don't know yet because they haven't told us. They tend not to. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I think if you're close enough to being able to get Faye, get Faye. If you aren't, maybe save and pick up Yuki instead. That's my take on Faye. Faye's really good, and I think she's worth it. If you don't have Serennial, she's probably worth also getting. Otherwise, you might save for Yuki, or you might even just save for Season 4. I don't know that she's super free-to-play friendly. I think she's a little bit more difficult to kind of get where you need to be for some of that stuff, but I think it's okay if you want to, and you do get a chance to. There's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, it is around about that time for us to wander over to yonder twitch.tv to see who is streaming that we might raid somebody. Oh, damn. Cosmic got into the Nexus Anima beta? Ooh. I'm a little jealous. I'm not sure if auto chess is really my bag because that's what Anima Nexus or Nexus Anima is. It's an auto battler. But like whatever, man. Auto chess is auto chess. If you like TFT, you'll probably love Honkai Nexus Anima. Oh damn, is Soma really playing Naraka again? That's crazy. I could also just toss you guys at Kai again, just because he's doing chill art, and Kai is good for chill art. How long has he been streaming for? He'll be streaming for a little while longer, I'm sure. Eggy! Hi, Skibby. Actually, you know what? Here, hold on. Before I go, let me show you the new girl. I did just turn it off, but I can turn it back on. It takes like 2 seconds to launch. Let me show you Faye really quick. She's gorgeous. She's an Oni summoner. Oh god, Zeta? Okay. I was not expecting a random Zeta launch. Also adorable daughter. We love our daughter. Faye. This is Faye, the Oni summoner. She is quite adorable and easy on the eyes. Also, I love her aesthetic. Holy crap, I love her aesthetic. Hiya! Welcome to Faye. So, this is Faye. I wanted to pull it up. Yep, sorry. So this is Faye. She is an Oni summoner. She's also quite easy on the eyes. I love her aesthetic. She's got the paper parasol. She's got the fan. She's got the long jacket off the shoulders. She's got the Oni mask. Ugh, she's so dope. She's super cool. Here's the whole outfit so you can see. Yeah. She's also got the open back gloves, which are quite nice. She definitely has that. I don't want to say she's got like an Oiren feel because she's not Japanese. She has oh, sorry, that's double audio. I apologize. I apologize for the double audio. My bad. I said I went to full screen instead of just normal. But elegance. Yes, elegance. I would agree with that. She has quite the elegance. And then this is her partner, Rui Jiang. Rui Chuang. I can't. I'm just saying your name. It's fine. She has your name. Oh no. Help. She is an adorable little android. Oh, I don't know why that. Why is it not loading her? Wait, no, I want to load her. Why is it not loading? Oh, because I have to go to upgrade, and then I have to go to details, and then I can hit things, and then I can hit things. Anyway, feet for free, free feet. Anyway, sorry. She has free feet. It's wild. Ah, she's adorable though. She has this giant mechanical incense ball. But yes, this is the new gal, new banner, Faye. She is quite adorable. I dig it. I dig it a lot. That is not enough experience to get another level. I'm gonna wait for later. But yes, no, she's great. The other two new characters are Tenebria, the idol pop star, and of course our adorable daughter Adelheid. Look how cute she is. She's got a little dream bird. Little dream bird. She's our daughter, and we will protect her till the ends of the cosmos. Because she is fucking adorable. We love her so much. She's so cute. Her little giggle. Ah, she's adorable. We love her. But yeah, that's why she's here on the home screen currently, because I haven't gotten a chance to unlock the final screen for Faye just yet, because we just got her today. So we will work on unlocking the rest of Faye's nonsense tomorrow and stuff. But yes, anyway, sorry. That is Faye. I wanted to share her really quick. You showed up just in time for me to show you. But yeah. Tomorrow is Thursday, which is going to be interesting because I'm actually going to only be doing one day of Wuwa this week because Aincrad comes out tomorrow. So we're going to be doing Aincrad tomorrow, and then we will be doing back to Wuwa on Friday. Mostly just because I have been waiting for a good SAO game to come out, and I am very excited for Echoes of Aincrad. I will let everyone know ahead of time I am not going to be doing a death mode run. I will be doing a standard action version of the normal mode. So it will be a little bit more difficult, but it will still be, as it will be more action focused versus just story focused, but it is not going to be like hardest difficulty, and it is not going to be hardcore, which is what death mode is. Because I either have to spend an additional $20 to unlock it early, or you have to completely beat the game and then start again so that you can unlock death mode, and I am not okay with that, so I really don't care. If I die, I die. It's just how it goes. I will respawn. I don't care. But yes. Yeah. I think the person I wanted to raid is ending shortly, so I'm probably just gonna call it good. But yeah. That's how it be. I will do some editing and some updating so that we can get the Faye and Ryujia video up. We'll probably also make sure that we post a video talking about the season changes, or the preseason changes as well, over on the YouTube channel. Remember, it's just at CeladonCH on the YouTube side of things. That being said, YouTube stream, thank you so much for hanging out. We'll see you guys again tomorrow.